Looks good. Welcome to welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. Good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing great. We got a late show. I was gonna do something in the morning, but I changed my mind. There's a few things I had to do, or I think I was tired. I think I was tired, so I was like I said, I've been taking care of my body. I'm drinking red wine right now, for the health. Might even take a few shots with you tonight. But we got a great show today. Great show. Both topics go together. Foundational Black Americans game plan and the progress of the FBAs. This show, I want to give credit to is V for Vengeance. He brought up a great point Monday or Tuesday, when he said, what is the solution of getting reparation and all the things that we are doing? So yeah, it is good for the health. So yeah, I am taking care of myself. I have bought some products, some supplements for, my health as well. So I always tell people, definitely take care of yourself so you don't have to take care of yourself when you're older, you know. I see my grandmother now. She got diabetes, Alzheimer's, you know. And like I always tell people all the time, what actually another person, I'm going to tell people all the time, what makes me want to do this show is definitely talking to y'all. And with me, doing this for my grandmother. The reason why I do this for my grandmother is because I want my grandmother to move in with me. I do have extra rooms, but one is an office and the other one's a work. Well, my baby mother likes to sew, so I made her a sewing room. So um, all the Asian stuff that people do. All the Asian stuff that Asian people do. Sew things and stuff. And I'm not trying to call it a Malaysian sweatshop or anything, but yeah, she likes to sew and stuff. She makes some dope ass bags. So if y'all ever want a bag or something, let me know. She'll sew you a bag and everything. Yo, I remember, when the pandemic was coming, she was making crazy money, making the COVID mask and stuff, man. Yo, my baby mom was making, she was making cheddar, man. I Yeah, so I was still working, but I was still getting I was still in motion as well. So yeah. Mm. If you wonder what I'm drinking today, is Salud. So that's my thing. Work out, sleep well, learn new things, good health, facts, eat well, facts. You know, Hey, yo, I got this video that I seen today. Hey, E. Will, did you see the new Tariq Nasheed video? Your boy was on there again. Pan African Kwame was on Tariq Nasheed again. Yeah, I was thinking about showing it. I might still show it if Kwame. Yo, this is what I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking about doing an audio thing where somebody can call and we can hear. If I have to buy a second phone, I will buy a second phone tomorrow. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're gonna get busy on that, man. But yeah, we heard Kwame. You know, yeah, Kwame was over there making shit up. Yeah, my man said they call Blackfoot Indians Blackfoot because they step in ashes. Yo, Kwame B. Yo, one thing about it, I would say this: if I ever do a show with anybody, it will probably be with Kwame, cause yo, he makes me laugh. I don't know why, yo. And the thing about it, I should be mad, but the shit is funny as fuck. The answers that he give is funny. If anybody don't know, I'll be personally honest. If Kwame did have a channel, mad motherfuckers would watch that show just to argue with him and laugh. I give credit where it's due, but today wasn't it. Yeah. Nah, he be doing his thing though. That's I give him A plus for effort, man. He be doing his thing, man. Yo, that shit was crazy, man. He had me laughing. I was like, oh my god, yo. Starting the show, I spilled my wine, man. I almost cried. I was like, oh shit, what am I doing? I'm trying to whoop whoop whoop, and it was a full glass too, man. That's why it's already a half a bottle right now. I already spilled like a big cup of it. I had like 3 or 4 sips off of it though. It was crazy. He's so committed to his lives. You can't help but laugh. Yo, he's mad entertaining. Yo, honestly, yo, if he wasn't like a full fledged, faithful, like, um, Pan African, and he was like Dr. Umar, yo, on dogs, I watch Kwame every day just to laugh. Like, yo, this nigga is bugging. Just to figure out what is he gonna talk about. And the thing about it, he did the same bullshit with me. And I told Kwame all the time, you can't do that. First of all, when people were saying black Americans, they was not thinking of Africans. They were thinking about black Americans or enslaved indigenous black people. You know, they wasn't calling, and don't forget, when they were calling people black, they were thinking that they were fucking Moors. So yeah. Yeah, and technically we are probably Moors. You know, don't forget the Moors that my uncle was telling me. The Moors got kicked out of Europe after they built Europe and stuff. You know, so yeah, we had to go somewhere. We didn't go back to Africa. I tell you that, man. You know, Mansa Musa's dead, and we got to deal with these other fucking irresponsible Africans and stuff. Hey, yo, let me tell y'all something too. Yo, if I wasn't if I was single, man, I would probably go out with an African because I usually date African women, African and black women. Well, foreign black women, but I still talk crazy. That's the thing. I talk crazy about them and stuff like that. You know. Like if I was if like I like one thing I used to date a lot of Haitian women. So like now, you know, all the bullshit that's popping right now, if they would have made me something, I'll be like, yeah, I hope this ain't cat or dog or something, just to be fucking around with them and stuff. Because you know how black people play. We play too much for people and stuff, and most people are not used to it. And yo, I'm gonna tell y'all what happened today at work today. I was joking around with this African guy. I think he was Nigerian or Uganda. I don't know which one I was joking around with. He took it serious, and I was like, nah. I was just joking. I was like, yo, one thing I noticed, I was like, most of y'all African couldn't fit in with black American culture. He said, oh, no, we're all the same. I was like, yeah, but we have different cultures. We're similar, but we have different cultures. I was like, that's what divides us is culture and lineage. No, we all the same. I was like, yo, my culture is different from your culture. My lineage is different from your lineage. Oh, yeah, I see it now. And, like, that's what separates us from, like, the black diaspora. If you ever notice, it's just as a foundational black American, we have one of the most richest cultures. Our culture is so rich, it hasn't been the same since Mansa Musa and the real Hebrews. You know? That's how rich our culture is. Modern day culture, we would be the Hebrews. You know? Even though the Hebrews were black. You know? Well, the Hebrews was most of the enslaved black diaspora. You know, the other people that look like us and stuff, those would be considered Hamanites. Yes. So the Hamanites and the Israelites looked similar, but they were very different. That's why if you ever read the story when Rome destroyed Jerusalem, they ran down to Egypt or Kemet. It's because they look similar to them. They look just like them. And if you don't know who is who, you just leave those fucking people alone. But they enslaved them. They enslaved the Hebrews. That's why when if you ever hear the word Egypt, it just means the house of bondage. That's why when they say, "Oh yeah, America is the new Egypt," that's what it means. It means it's just a new house of bondage. You know, the daughter of Babylon. You know, so yeah, it's just yeah, that's all it is. And that's more Hebrew. That's more Hebrew Israelites. They can tell you more about the Holy Bible than I can. I'm not fluent on it, but I know enough. You know, and plus, like I told you, one of my best friends are Hebrew. He is a Hebrew Israelite in Rhode Island. Shout out to him. Um, the crazy thing about it, he wanted to go to West One so bad, but he has dreads, and they don't accept dreads. So, he would like when I say he was so like into it, he wanted to go to West One bad, but at the end of the day, God brought him to the Rhode Island, and I think that's very perfect for him. So yeah. Oh, what's up, Kareem, man? Shout out to you. Reaper never saw you on this late. What's going on? What's up though? I was gonna do a late show. I had a few things to do and I was very tired this morning, so I slept through. But definitely I was gonna do this show, specifically this show. It's gonna when I say we're gonna get a high volume, we usually get high volumes at night too. So it's the mornings and at night that we get high volumes. I don't know what it is. Last time we had like 60 people on, and I'm like, yo, how the hell we get 60 people? Like even on my birthday, yo, I had a birthday show where we stayed up until like probably like 3 or 4 o'clock for my birthday. Yo, I was getting lit. Yo, I was everybody took a shot for my birthday. Yo, it was nice, man. Kwame was there. I think V for Vengeance was there. Rando, Del Monte, everybody was there, man. I think E Will was there too. Yeah, man. It's just so like, and the thing about it for who's E Will, whose birthday was it like 3 weeks ago that we stayed up for him just to say happy birthday to him. I forgot who it was. It was yo. It was dope, man. Like yo, that's why I said whenever it's your birthday, yo, we'll stay up for your birthday just to say happy birthday if I don't have to work. You know, that's what I can do for y'all. You know, like one thing I can say, I built a bond with most of y'all. Even if y'all new and stuff, I'll still try to build a bond with y'all because at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this. Um, I don't live in Boston, so like I don't know nobody, you know. So the people that I do know is my children's mom, family, and I got a few friends, but I have nobody that I can really connect to because not a lot of people are Black American where I live at. So sometimes it gets lonely. Sometimes I'm not gonna lie about that, but you know I'm so used to being by myself. But I do notice when you get older, you start to notice more things than you know. You start to notice more things than you used to notice. You know, so um, I'm trying this new coffee tequila. You know, but yeah, it's just you start to notice things, but thank God I got my kids and my children's mother, you know, so that's dope. You know, I will say that because it could be worse. I have been by myself when I left the state, and it was a contract deal. That's why I was out of state, and it was fun. I had great time. Was it 3 months for 25 grand for 3 months? Yeah, I'll do that. You know, that's not too bad. Pretty sweet though. But yeah, it's. Hold on 1 second. Can y'all hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, but it's dope. It's just sometimes that stuff. I always tell people all the time, don't burn yourself out. That's one thing I will always remind everybody. Don't burn yourself out. And the reason why I tell y'all don't burn yourself out because you won't be no good to nobody. Like my manager all the time, my director all the time. She's like, "Yo, why you take like 1 or 2 days off every month?" I was like, "Just so I don't burn myself out." You know, why y'all think I'm so happy at work? You know, I be watching all these Africans work and stuff, and they hate working. But the thing about it is because they burn themselves out. You know, they want to send, and the thing about it, they want to send money back home and stuff. But at the end of the day, they gotta live under their means. Like, yeah, that's cool. You living with like 30 people, but you know, you still burn yourself out when you're trying to send all this money back home. Um, because you're really not living. That's what it is. You're really not living. And like I always tell that guy, I was like, yo, you're not really. I was like, yo, you're 30 years old. All you know is work. I was like, tomorrow you can like fucking pass away, and all you did doesn't mean shit. You know. Because let me tell you something. I always tell people this. This is how I understood this. My father had like 5 or 6 jobs. He was like a real Mexican. This motherfucker had like 4 or 5 fucking jobs. I don't, and I always tell my dad, how the fuck you have 4 or 5 jobs? How you have time for 4 or 5 jobs? There's only 24 hours in a day. You know? And he was like, oh, yo, you just got to maneuver it around and stuff. And my father used to get sick, man, because at the end of the day, hold on 1 second, everybody. He used to get sick because he tried to work all those jobs to take care of kids that wasn't even his. Like, don't get me wrong, yo, my father tries with a lot of people, but sometimes people don't need to be trying. You don't need to try that hard for people because they're not worth it. You know. And like to me, it always been like that. That's why I always tell my father. Me and my father always had a love and hate situation. Me and my father started. Let me tell you what's going on. Same day parlay. You know, salute. Yeah, FBA all day, man. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the delineation shit too. You know, this show's gonna be super dope. You know, and I'm actually gonna enjoy this show. You know, but I'm gonna finish talking about my dad a little bit. So me and my father always didn't have the best relationship, but we had some type of relationship. My father always used to give me advice and shit like that. Told me he was gonna be places. He did the same father shit. He did the black nigga. He did the nigga shit. He did the nigga shit. Said, yeah, I'm gonna be over here. Give me some time. I'm close. And don't show up. But growing up, I had to understand, and when I got older and I just stopped giving a fuck. And my father like, oh, yo, why you didn't tell me? Like that, you wasn't going to come anyways. You know, it's still fucked up. But the thing about it, I had to understand, my father had like 4 or 5 fucking jobs. If this motherfucker passes out because he works so much, I should at least understand that. I didn't understand that at the time because I was young. It wasn't because I was young. It was because I was young-minded. You know, I lack experience of what he was talking about. And one thing I did, I always apologize to my father about that. At least I can apologize. So, like, I'm sorry I didn't understand. Like me, I'm there for my kids. I'm always there for my kids. That's why I have the schedule that I have. But I understood why my father did what he had to do. My father was basically by himself doing everything. So at least I can give him the benefit of the doubt, saying like, well, he might not be here. He works a lot, you know. He might take a day off, but he might not, and I have to understand because he does everything for me, you know. Like, let me tell you, and the sad thing about it, I still beat myself up over this shit right here. I told my father I had a modeling show. This was my first runway. And if y'all didn't know, I did a little bit of modeling. And my forte was runway. I invited my father to my runway show, especially meet my new girl. I was actually about to marry that girl. She was Ethiopian. She was like 5'1" and everything. But I'll tell people this: I was gonna marry a lot of women. You know, I love to love, my nigga. I'm not even gonna like. What's going on, SP? How you doing, man? Our parents did what they could. It is what it is. Yeah, facts. And this is what we have to like. The thing about it, I beat myself up over this, SP. I didn't understand earlier. If I would have understood earlier, it wouldn't be this much. You know, that's why I'm very close to my father, and like I joke around with my father, but I understand what my father go through. My father's taking care of my grandfather and my grandmother. It would have been taking care of my other grandmother until I get my what you call it, my endorsements for this. You know, so I'm looking for endorsements definitely. You was about to marry outside. Yeah, man, a few times. You know, the thing about it is, I always tell people this because I'm an expert in international dating and interracial dating. I'm an expert in that shit. I'll tell you this: if you're gonna date out your race, keep your culture, keep your race, and show your kids that shit. Prime example, and I'm gonna say this because everybody can't do it. This is why I always advise y'all, don't do it if you can't do it. I always advise you, don't do it. It'll be easier for y'all just to date inside your race. The reason why is to keep your culture. Because you gotta understand, once your kids get out there by themselves, they gotta understand that they're black. They're black, and at the end of the day, people are gonna see them as black. They could say whatever the fuck they want to see that, but all that people see is a black person. Me, I'm so strong, and let me tell you something. I'm so happy to be black, and especially as a man, you got to understand that's your DNA. That semen came out of you. That's DNA. That's lineage. That's royalty. If you raise your kids like RG3, you're going to have problems in the future. You're going to have problems in the future. How many times does Andrew Tate have to have a nigga wake up call? He has money, but it doesn't stop him for understanding that he's black. I'm just being personally honest. And I always tell people all the time, and I say this: I understand if you date out your race, if you find somebody, you find somebody. But don't date out your race because you don't like black women. I have an issue with that. I have an issue with people like that. My situation happened. I understand. But I had to understand, like, okay, you know what? I usually just date black women. So it is what it is when things happen. So that's how certain people are supposed to think of certain things. Like I said, I don't see nothing wrong with dating out your race. It's just don't date out your race because you hate black women. I'm being personally honest with that. Like, look at Candace Owens. Candace Owens is dating that guy Farmer, George Farmer, for title. That dude's connected to King Charles. Real talk. All jokes aside, you know, yeah, man, that lineage. I always tell people all the time, yeah, that's why. Yeah, I always advise people don't do it. It's very hard. But me, I'm so mind strong that I know, like, I know how to raise my children. Um, I always said this. My children, I always bring to go see their grandfather. Their grandfather's worse than I am. You know, if you think I'm bad, my father's kind of worse. My father was born in 64, 1964, in Boston. Grandparent, I mean, their father and mother are from Georgia. On my mother's side, 68. Her mother and father is from Alabama. Um, like my family's always been country, you know. But one thing my family always did, they scared me from white women. Have I dated white women? I tried, but I was always too scared of to date them. I dated a Jewish girl. Um, and shout out to him. Shout out to her father. Her father, yo, three people I only call pops. My pops, um, Mr. Hall, the girl's father who's from Ethiopia, because my ex girlfriend was adopted, and she only dated black men. Um, she won't date an Ethiopian. Both my parents are from what part of Alabama? Is it Tuscaloosa? Mine's is from Selma. I think my grandfather is from Tuscaloosa, or you could be from Montgomery. But yeah, and the thing about it, my uncle just died too. I was supposed to go there last week, man, but I didn't have time to go down there, man. And I love my uncle Lee and stuff, but he passed away, man. And the thing about it, and the funny thing about it, me and Kwame always had. He always jokes about eating raccoon and shit. Cause I told him, yeah, my uncle used to eat raccoon, and that's the guy who ate raccoon, the one who passed away. He always, me and my uncle used to always, yo, it's crazy. Shout out to my uncle Lee. We always had these conversations about yeah. Oh yeah, really? Hey yo, you want to hear something crazy? I think all the South from Alabama to like Arizona were all native reservation at one time before the Europeans came over. This is why I always say we're more than just African. You know, that's why I always say, yo, we were technically we have an ethnogenesis. Shout out to Randall. What's going on, Randall? How's everything? Yeah, but yo, my uncle Lee and stuff, he used to tell me, he's like, yo, I used to go hunting, man. I used to hunt deer and raccoon. I was like, yo, you ever ate the raccoon? He's like, yeah. I was like, yo, what did the raccoon taste like? Because, yo, when you're little, like, I was like 16, 17 at the time. I always loved talking to my uncle Lee. Honestly, I'm going to be personally honest. Um, yeah, she's native. She's probably native. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I show people the pictures of my grandparents all the time, and they don't look African. They look native. They got the little fucking native nose and stuff like that. Yeah, the skin. Yo, it's you be surprised, man. So yeah, definitely, yo, yeah. Don't be surprised if if your family's like black natives. Don't forget they were reclassified. You know. But yeah, me honestly, one thing I do regret from my uncle's passing, and I don't want nobody to be like that. So try to talk to all your family as you can. Like me, I cut my mother off. I haven't talked to my mother in 3 years. Um, and I love my mother. Don't get me wrong. I love my mother. I'll do anything for my mother, but I'm not fucking with my mother because I got kids. You know. I can't fuck around with her. You know, with her fuckery, as the tethers say, fuckery. You know. So I don't want people trying to put my kids in danger for like dumb shit that they do. I'm not saying my mother will put my kids in danger, but the things that my mother do, I wouldn't trust her with my kids. You know, that's just me, man. But yeah, I honestly just thinking about my uncle, I do miss him, man, and I wish I would have called him more. But yeah, man. Hopefully, our channel, all our channels get this an endorsement and stuff like that. And I do have ideas of what I want to do. I want to help other people get other channels or help people promote channels on what they want to talk about, and just keep everything. I just want to give everybody a chance if I can. I don't want to hold my blessings because I'm being blessed. You know. I think that's foul, and I would never want to do that. So if I feel like my grandmother is telling, yeah. What part? What part is their reservations was at when they were on the tribe? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh man, sorry to hear that about you. But me and my mother had a complicated relationship. Um, I'm gonna say this. When I was younger, I would never talk crazy about my mother. I would never make my mother look bad. I made my mother look good when she made me look bad. My mother used to tell people crazy shit about me. Was I doing most of it? Probably not. Um, was some of the stuff I was doing? Absolutely. You know, but the thing about it, I had an issue that she did it to make herself look good. You know, and I love my mother. I love my mother to death. I have done a lot for my mother, and my mother have done a lot for me. But I felt like my mother did a lot for me out of to make herself look good. This is why I always have a problem of borrowing money, or if I'm in a situation, just deal with the problems. I am a member. Yeah. So SP, I'm gonna say this. And I'm gonna go back to my story. That's the tradition you should hold. That's the tradition. All that other stuff. That and the thing about it, you're probably already doing it. If if you have that, if you have the if you're from that tribe, you should keep that tribe. I don't think you should hold on to Mexican. You should you should go 10 toes down on that tribe. A lot of times parents will be jealous of their kids and never admit it. Facts, he will. I understand that. So definitely hold on to that SP. Yeah, man. And I don't think my mother was. Let me tell you something. My mother got 3 degrees. My mother got her associates, bachelor's, and master's. My mother would have went to college at the age of 16. My mother's not a dummy, but my mother had me at the age of 17. She was pregnant at 16, had me at 17. So she had to wait a year, you know, and she graduated. Then got her associates, got a scholarship, and did her thing. You know, social work, was a social worker for almost 30 years and stuff like that. And the thing about I always saluted my mother. I always wanted, it was like, yo, damn, I hope I won't embarrass my mother. And this is, with my mother, I always felt like I was walking on eggshells. I can say that. If people don't see it, I seen it. Always said, like, yo, my mother's very educated. I don't want to, whatever my mother's got going on, I don't want to fuck it up. You know? So when I did anything like with criminal activities, I made sure I was gonna win. You know, I always felt like I was like I'm gonna fit on the throne. You know, that's just how I was. You know, I never had. I was never jealous of my mother. I was always proud to have my mother that I had. The thing about I was always proud of my mother. That's why I always felt like I was walking an eggshell. I'm hoping I'm doing something right, but I hope I'm doing this. I hope I'm doing that. And this is I'm gonna say this. This is probably the only time I will talk about my mother with y'all because I don't like to talk about my mother. I'm gonna be personally honest. Sometimes this shit will come up, but I personally, I'm so pissed off right now. It's just, especially with my mother. My son is half white, and I told him, which means little Jaguar Park. Yeah, one thing I always said, I was just telling everybody too, cause I dated out. The thing about it, I dated black women, but I also dated immigrants. You know, my baby mother, I told you I was Asian. Before I was foundational black American, I dated a lot of dated Haitians. I dated fucking Ethiopians, Somalians, Cape Verdeans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans. That's nigga. Like me, I don't. I always tell people all the time. I don't discriminate, but at the end of the day, it is about my culture. I still represent my culture, my lineage. So I'm not gonna like if I was single, I'm not gonna be like, oh no, you know what? I'm not gonna date black women. That's my number one priority right there is dating black women. You know, and now that's why I always tell people all the time. I was like, yeah, I do date my children's mother, but for y'all, I advise y'all just to date in your race because it's easier. They understand. Like, just put it this way. I'm gonna give you a scenario. If I get pulled over the cops with my girl's not gonna understand what's going on. But if I date a black woman, she would understand. Because it's a cultural thing. Salute to FBA. Salute. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it, my man. They will understand. You know, so the difference with having children is who's gonna lose their culture. My kids is black. They know that they're black. They know if they go out there, they do some crazy shit, niggas is gonna look at them as black. They're not gonna look at them as their mama. They see their daddy, they see this 5'11", 215, muscular black American. They're gonna be like, oh, I knew she looked like she was black. We know now. And this is why I always tell people, I'm not gonna advise you. I'm not gonna say don't date out your race. But if that person completes you and that person makes you happy at that time, yeah, I advise you to try it out. See if it works. You know. But if you're free and you out here slinging dingaling and stuff like that, I prefer you to go out with your own race. You know. It's just and the thing about it, if you like white women, yeah, go for the white women. But at the end of the day, those type of shit comes with a price if, like, a situation happens. It's always about situations. It's always and always has been about situations. Everybody's situation is different. You know? And I always tell people that. There's certain things that the girl that you go out with is not going to understand. You know? I think so too. I have dated some. Like I always tell people all the time, there's only one. Like if I was ever single again, there's only probably 2 white girls I would ever go out with it, and it's just, I'm gonna be and it's so funny too. There's this girl I used to date 20, 30 years ago. She's a nurse practitioner right now. That's what she went to school for. 15 years ago. She's super fucking normal. Nerdy. Fucking just into books, smart. That's it. Just a nerdy ass white girl. Nothing fucking fabulous about her. Just she's normal. It's just I clicked with her when I was modeling. That's the only one I know won't kill me or run me over with a car like Karen Reed or stab me like the OnlyFans models. So I don't know, man. It's just as long as you stay alive. Yo, you get some Randall. You get some crazy ones. Yeah, they'll kill you too, Randall. Yeah. I want you to look up something, Randall. Karen Reed, Dedham, Massachusetts. This lady just beat a murder case for killing her boyfriend. And the boyfriend was a cop. The guy's name was John O'Keefe. Yeah. Niggas really think it was the police that did it. I was like, nah, she did that shit. You know what they gave her? They gave her 6 months. They gave her a year probation. Yeah, a year probation. Cause she didn't know if she hit him. Yeah, that's her. They gave her a year probation because she don't know if she hit him or not. She was driving drunk. That's all they gave her jail time. The last white girl I kicked it with said the N word. She had mixed nephews that had kicked it with her. Yeah, it be like that sometimes. And you know what it is? Cause you get this with a lot of nationalities. People get too comfortable. They get too comfortable where they think they don't have to be respectful. They think they're all the same. That's why I don't like people who say I don't see color. I just seen everybody's human because in reality it's not like that. You're supposed to understand people. Like I'm gonna give you an example. There's my cousin. My cousin's half white and black. If I would be like, yo, I don't see color, I would not see my cousin's problem. My cousin lives in Springfield, Vermont. I see his problems. I see his problem where he feels like he doesn't connect to anybody. He has his few friends and stuff like that and all this other stuff, but he doesn't connect. And the thing about it, if I be like, oh, I don't see no color, I don't know what you're talking about, I'll be disingenuous. You know, I will actually be disrespecting my little cousin. You know, I taught him about guns. I taught him about a little bit of everything. He probably already knew about guns a little bit, but I taught him a little something, something. And I don't have a bad relationship with him and stuff. It's just me. I be trying to I see the color of a person. Yeah, you have to. I don't treat people based in color except white people sometimes. Yeah, sometimes you got to. Cause the thing about it, with white people, it's a it's a gray line. I want to say it's a gray line. The reason why I want to say it's a gray line, because at the end of the day, not all of them are like that. We got great people like you know. And the reason why, because you respect the boundaries. Most people don't respect the boundaries and the respect of Black Americans, because I don't know what it is. And I'm saying this because this is what I really do think. Um, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the words. I'm gonna say this. The reason why people don't respect the boundaries uh, is because people are so used to leading and controlling. It's like, yo, and I'm sorry that I didn't do sincerely my paramour yesterday. I was so fucked up. I was like not drunk, but I had a headache, and I really wanted to do it. Um, there's certain women, and it's probably a cultural thing. I do want to talk about that. I think I want to change the topic, and I want to delay that topic, and I want to talk about cultural. What's the word? Uh, cultural mannerisms, kind of something like that. And the reason why I want to talk about that, because sometimes your culture, your nationality, or your ethnicity, culture brings out what type of people you'll be. Like, I hear what's his name, Myron Gaines talk about Asian women and stuff like that. How like he used the word ling ling. Will teach you about Oriental and they all Oriental. No, I have seen the worst of everything, man. I have dated Asian women. My baby mother's Asian. I dated a Philippine before. I dated a Korean. I dated a Chinese before. I understand that shit. Those shit is not like that. You don't think they have orphanages in fucking China? You don't think they sell off their women? You don't hear that these Asian people are getting caught in these brothels, these, underworld brothels? Let me ask you a question. How you think these people get over here? You think they get over here just massaging people? They sex traffic some of these women. And not all, and I'm going to say not all Asian people. A lot of Asian people work just to have the American dream. They try to do any and everything to have the American dream. I remember when I used to work at a hotel with this Philippine lady. This lady worked every day. She worked hard. They loved her. But I know not all Philippine women are like that. One thing about, and this is why I always tell people all the time, never listen to Myron Gaines because he doesn't know right from wrong when it comes to cultural differences. He think he could read out of a book that somebody will tell him something different, and it'll be always like that. They don't. He only knows the good. Let me tell you something. When it comes to Black Americans, he only knows the bad things about it. But when he talks about every other race, he knows the good about everything. Oh yeah, they're Oriental, and oh yeah, they cook and they clean and yada yada yada. No, not everybody's like that. I know the good and bad things about most of these cultures. I'm going to be personally honest. I'll tell you about Africans. Africans are superficial. They're probably one of the most superficial women that you probably would never want to date. Most of them are. You can't buy them flowers and chocolates and candy and shit like that. They can't rock to that shit. It's like, yo, what the fuck is this? I want iPod earphones. I want an iPhone. The fuck you buying me some chocolate and candies? I could have bought my own self like that. That's African women. You know? Latinos a little bit more aggressive with you and stuff. Like, yo, they'll cut you and sew you back up, then actually cook you some dinner. Then they'll just cry. They'll cry all the time. You know? They don't take that shit easily, breaking up or confrontations or conversations, aggressive conversations. They're not used to that shit. Asian women, they'll disrespect you in the face, call you fat, ugly. Everybody has an ugly side to their culture. It always had black people. They'll fucking argue with you and fight with you. Yes, black women will fight with you and argue with you. Don't let them niggas have crazy cousins. Everybody has an ugly side to it. This is one thing that Myron Gaines don't say. He gives you the lollipops and the green grass and the sunny the bright sun. No, there's an ugly side to everything. It's what you can deal with. This is why Tariq Nasheed always tell niggas all the time, yo, it's not about coach. It's not about color. It's about if you can deal with it. But if you're a Hebrew Israelite, you in trouble. You better date somebody from that 12 tribe of the Israels. You better know those. I just got to be personally honest. It's just like I always tell people all the time. There's an ugly side to everything. A white woman will poison you or stab you, and I know what's going on. Yeah. You didn't see what she did to that fucking the OnlyFans girl did to her boyfriend. She was cheating on him, beating on him up and shit like that. She stabbed that nigga to death. She stabbed that nigga to death. And you know what she said? He was pimping me out. He was sex trafficking me. Yeah, that's what type of shit. Better not date you. Yo, Randall, you crazy. Yo, Randall, not all of them are like that, but yeah, you'll get it. Yo, white women, you might really have to. I always tell people all the time, with white women, you got to be careful. You got to do your research and check their background. They might have some mental illness that people don't know about. Cape Verdean girls, they're very sexual people. They like to fuck. I'm going to be personally honest. Cape Verdean girls like to fuck. If you're not fucking, she will still be fucking. Especially if she's Americanized. I will say this about Latino women. They always go back to the Latino men. I will tell you that. Or white men. Either or. Randall's crazy. But yeah, shit like that happens. I always tell people all the time, never lose hope because this shit happened. I will tell you that. Don't lose hope because of this shit happened, and don't look at every woman like that. My biggest mistake is I looked at every woman like that, every girl like that, and it's not right. I will say that it is not right because not every girl is not like that, and you'll lose your blessings. I will say that, and this is why I always tell people all the time, and never hide anything that you're creating or making. If you have some information on helping other people, never hide it. Or if it's going to help somebody, never hide it. Because you're blocking your blessings from doing that. The reason why I always give out everything is because that's still my legacy. At least they can say, oh, yo, I heard it off my show. I heard it off the Bronze Reaper show. And this is the message that he gave me, and I tried it out, and it worked for me, and I just evolved it. Or I innovated it, or I reinvented it with a different blueprint. Same blueprint, but I added more onto it. You know, and I always tell people all the time, never get mad on reinventing. If you ever watch Kanye West's career, all he did was reinvent things. You know, he never really invented anything. I'm just being personally honest. 808 always been there. Auto-tune's always been there. Electronic music he always been there. It's just Kanye West really never invented really anything. You know? Oh, thank you. Same day parlay. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know? The thing about it, I just try to give y'all something that I already know, and if it can help you, I'll give to you. You know? That's what my family usually do. Like, we never really hold on to anything. If I can help somebody, why not help them, you know? The best thing a person can do to help someone is stand on their own 2 feet. Facts. But I'm going to say this, Randall, if you can get help, there's nothing wrong with getting help. Doesn't make you a less of a man. I always tell people that. If you can get help and it help you upbring your whatever you're doing, fucking do it. Fucking do it. Don't let your ego or your pride fuck up what you're trying to do. Don't sell yourself out. I'm not going to say don't sell yourself out. Please don't do that. But if a person is genuine and they really want to help you, do it. You know, and until this day, I still have a problem with that. I remember days when I didn't have food, And like I'll wait 3 or 4 days just to eat, you know, just because I didn't want to ask my mother. It would have been easy for me to ask my mother, but the thing with my mother is, my mother would have broadcast that stuff. Oh yeah, this man didn't have no fucking food, and I had to feed him. Like yo, that shit's heartbreaking. It hurts. It hurts worse than starving. I'm gonna be personally honest. Dude, I went like 2 or 3 days without that. You know. And sometimes I had to ask my uncle because my uncle's into the streets and stuff, and I was, and that thing, I was like, yo, it's so bad. I was on the fucking, I was on the, I was on the next stage of fucking crying, man, because you're like, yo, I can't believe, like, yo, I can't even take care of my fucking self, man. I don't know what to do. And this was times when black people it was hard to get this was hard when black people was trying to get jobs out here. I was working at a job that was only paying me $7.50, $8.50. You know, I couldn't live off that shit. Buy a bus pass, that shit's $40. I was getting a $350 check. Fucking, I have to feed myself. Then I have to buy food from the house that I was living at. Like I didn't have no money. I was broke before I got to even buy clothes. You know, I'm 50. I'm on the porch, but maybe these young FBAs could use the game you drop. But yeah, man. Let me tell you something. As long as, if you could give them any type of advice and they take it, man, so they can make their life easier, they should take it. That's why, I be looking at Bronny sometimes. I be looking at Bronny James sometimes. Like, yo, nigga, what the fuck are you doing? Your father did your father fucking struggled. Your father didn't go to college. Your father went from high school to the NBA. Just to give you a fucking better life. And you talk about, I want to make a lane for myself. Your father took all the sacrifices for you so you don't have to do it. What the fuck are you doing? Your father didn't do this shit for himself. Your father didn't break the fucking NBA fucking points for nothing. Your father didn't try. Your father wasn't in the gym earlier every day. Trying to support you, not support you, and you wasn't even born. He was thinking in the future. Man, I don't get these kids anymore. I know you're trying to do it by yourself, but sometimes when your father and your parents, let me tell you something, and I'm gonna say this: when we look at these rich white kids, and I'm just not talking about the average white people, I'm talking about rich white kids. Born with a silver spoon in their mouth. They take their parents' business. Do you think they think about nepotism, or do they think about, how can I add on to this? How can I add on to my father's legacy? Instead of like, I'm just mooching off my father. Because a nigga said, only reason you're in this situation because of my father. Okay, and? Why do every other culture have to take it as, I got to do it myself? This motherfucker changed his number so his father's legacy don't define him. Your father did anything and everything just so you can have a career. Your father worked with you when he got out of playing games from a different city and state and flew just to, teach you how to play basketball. Michael Jordan didn't do that. He went home, fell asleep, smoked a cigar, and drank a beer, and fall asleep. Because he was tired. These are the things we have to think about. When our fathers make fucking sacrifices for us so we can be at top, and they actually achieve something. Why are we like, I'm going to say this. Why are we having a hard time of adding on to that legacy instead of saying, "Oh, I want to create the own legacy myself"? That shit doesn't make no fucking sense if our fathers sacrifice us to not, struggle. I just didn't. I never got it. Even when I looked at my mother and stuff like that. And I'm gonna say this. This is why I say like this is the only episode I will talk about my mother, like hard body. I might live here and there with it, but I'm gonna explain. My mother went to school. My mother got her associates at Roxbury Community College. Then got her scholarships to go to Suffolk University to play basketball as well. Um, and she worked at. My mother was a social worker. Um, and it's crazy too because like yo, just thinking about it, I was mad young. But I remember my mother see my mother walking across the stage. And, yo, I was super proud. I was telling everyone, yo, I see my mother walk across the stage to get her degree and stuff. Yada yada yada, this and that. Twice. Twice. One guy ain't shit nigga, fucking recovering dope fiend. She was motherfucker just using her and stuff like that and all this other crazy shit. And you just watching that bullshit, just growing up when you're young. She has a kid. I got my brother. I'm overprotected with my brother. I always tell people that. When I was young, I was very overprotected with my brother. Yo, don't go over here. Don't go over there. I don't give a fuck if niggas is selling weed or yada yada. Niggas wilding over there. Don't go over there. Don't bring niggas to the house. Don't bring people in the basement. Just the whole 9 yards. You know, and the thing about I love my brother, but with my mother, and I had a problem with this ever since I was young. I used to even cry about this all the time. My mother made it seem like I was jealous of my little brother, and all I did, I sacrificed just to make. I made sacrifices for my brother so he could have a little bit more freedom. My mother tried to have me in the house by the age of. My mother tried to have me in the house at 9 o'clock. Oh, I said, yo, I forgot. Oh yeah, I went somewhere else. You know, my little brother went to Mecca. He had the best of everything. I didn't mind. I'd rather have my little brother have the best of everything than just me. And my brother had to go through everything. I'd rather be the sacrificial lamb. You know? And the thing about this is the first time I even said this. I'd rather be the sacrificial lamb of everything for my little brother. Because my other little brother, I don't give a shit about. He Puerto Rican and everything, and I don't give a shit about him. This nigga get hit by a car, niggas with the ancestors. To me, he's a piece of shit. Will I miss him? Yes. Only thing I would miss is if I could fix this relationship with him. And like this is why I say, yo, I'm gonna be honest. Today I will be honest about certain situations. I am honest about this, and the reason why I'm honest about this situation is it could have been fixed. It could have been fixed. I just don't want to fix it. Even with my mother, I don't want to fix it anymore. I try to fix it for fucking 30 years, man. 20, 30 years. You think I got time to fix it? I got kids, nigga. Come on. Get your shit correct. I'm on some shit like, yo, get your priorities correct. You too old to be doing this shit. You know? You too old to be doing this. Get your shit. What are we doing? What are we doing? So I always tell niggas, what are we doing here? You know? And like I will say this, I do feel like an orphan sometimes, but I have my father. God forbid anything happened to my father, I'll feel like an orphan. I wanted to go to Alabama. I wanted to go to Alabama, but I was like, damn, this shit will be harder for my mother. I can deal with not talking to her, but this will be harder for my mother. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I always tell people all the time when shit like this gets hard, you will get over it, you will get used to it, you'll get stronger. So never think that you can't do anything. Don't ever in their life think. Let me tell y'all something. We have seen black Americans, foundational black Americans, get out of slavery by themselves. We see them beat the fucking odds. If you're a fucking American, European American, white American, Latino American, Caribbean American, black Americans got out of slavery by themselves. That means y'all can do anything that y'all want to do. Y'all can. The sky's the limits for y'all. Sky's the limits for y'all. And this is why I always promote, even with Africans, I always promote, go back to your country and fix it. If you see and you know the history of of America, you can fight these motherfuckers who's colonizing your country. This is why I don't believe in the Pan-Africanism. This is why I had a fallout with Pan-Africanism. It's not that like, fuck that. No, nigga, I had a fallout with them niggas. I had a fallout with them. All of them niggas. Pan-African Kwame's is our peoples and stuff like that, but his movement, I had a fallout with them. And the fallout was like, yo, my nigga, what are you doing for the black community? Why we always pushing Africa and like, yo, we're struggling in America? Why are you telling us to go to Africa? And this shit is fucked up over there. We're better staying off over here. This is why I always tell people all the time, I don't give a fuck what nationality or ethnicity you are. Look at black America. That's your fucking blueprint right there. Y'all can get through anything with black American blueprint. Disrupt. Fucking fight. Solidarity. But the thing about it, this is the thing. And I'm going to be personally honest. The thing about the solidarity, y'all niggas fucked that shit up when y'all had a chance. So the best thing I'm going to say, and the thing about it, this might add on to what I was saying, what I might say with the next topic. What's the solution to all of this stuff? Or the game plan? Is to be with black America. Fuck whatever's going on right now in your country or whatever's going on with niggas getting sent back. All y'all niggas who are citizens, y'all need to be on the side of black America like the Afro-Latinas are. And the Afro-Latinos. And shout out to the Afro-Latinas and Afro-Latinos. They understand the game plan. The Asian community, they understand the game plan right now. This is the question. Why does it have to take all this bullshit, all this bullshit to happen to y'all to understand that, like, yo, we always been on your team. We always rocked with you and fuck with you. Anything that ever happened to y'all, nigga, we always looked at it as each other. We always looked at it at each other as one. Wu-Tang. That's Asian culture. We brought that to fucking light, nigga. Latinos. Nigga, oh yeah, we all black, nigga. That's what we always used to say. The white community, like, yo, my nigga, we could get through this shit together. We know all of y'all ain't evil. We all got through this together. Africa, we all black. We all come from the motherland. We used to always say that. We was the first one to say that. We was the first one to say that. We was the first one. The Egyptian Musk and shit like that. We was the one promoting that shit, nigga. None of y'all niggas was promoting. None of y'all Africans was promoting none of that incense shit. None of that the Central African shit, Afrocentric shit. None of y'all niggas was promoting that shit. That was Black America. That was Black America promoting that shit. Now y'all have the audacity. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all have the fucking audacity to be mad at us because we don't want to fuck with y'all no more. That's my issue. Y'all made the bed and then now y'all niggas gotta lay in it. And we always loved Africa. We always loved the Latinos and Mexicans. We always loved the white communities and stuff. We always thought we could get together. Fred Hampton died for the racist white people if you kind of look at it. Because he said, yo, we could all work together because we have the same fucking enemy. Fred Hampton, a nigga who was 20 years old. Nigga died for these rednecks and fucking trailer park incest babies, nigga. Come on. Let's talk about it. That nigga died. This nigga was in a meeting with a whole bunch of black and racist white people. And them niggas wasn't even fighting. They wanted to solve the fucking problem. When white America was talking shit about Africa, what did black Americans know? That shit ain't true, nigga. Niggas ain't swinging on no fucking trees like Tarzan and shit like that and all this other stuff. These mud huts and niggas was, yo, all those racist woke Disney cartoons and shit. Niggas thought that was Africa. What did black America do? What did the foundational black America do? Yeah, that was about his life. Yeah, that was about his life. Black Judas was about Fred Hampton. They killed that nigga when he was asleep. Yes, Pete. That is Fred Hampton. Then the guy who played Fred Hampton was fucking European. He was a African British person. He's the nigga who played Get Out. British. The thing about it, Shabaka, I'm gonna say this. When Black America was fighting, what did Pan African do? Instead of focus on Black America, blacks in America, they focus on Africa. Why the fuck should we fuck with Pan-Africanism if they manipulate everything? If they confuse everything? They don't got their shit together. To this day, Pan-African doesn't have their shit together. Niggas had guns and all this other stuff. Where was the Pan-Africanism? And the thing about it, Fred Hampton was your nigga. Fred Hampton was Pan-African. You let that nigga die. And I'm going to be personally honest. Y'all niggas let that nigga die. But when Fidel Castro got to Harlem, New York, did we protect him? It wasn't Pan-Africanism. It was black Harlem people. When Malcolm X came to Harlem, it was black Americans that protected him. When Marcus Garvey got to Harlem, New York, it was black Americans that protected him. It was foundational black Americans. It wasn't Pan-Africanism. So am I right or am I wrong? Please tell me where I'm wrong at. We always protect your leaders. We always protect everybody else's leaders. But when it came to us, what did people do? Oh, we don't need that right now. We need to worry about the real thing, the real situations that's going on. Shout out to DJ X1. Thank you, man. Peace, family. Damn, I didn't get notification. I know I'm hella late. Nah, you're not late, man. We still talking. We're gonna start in like probably 20 minutes. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. Africans and Caribbeans won't even stand 10 toes down for their own right. That's the biggest red flag for them all. Facts. See what you say, Lala, bro. Shout out to Ahmed Halare. I'm sorry if I butcher your name, my man. Thank you for live chatting with me too. Let's see, Lala Brown, because they are always been cowards. Facts. Peace to my brothers in the chat. Yeah. 9:53, and I'm gonna crack open an IP. Go on, SP. You deserve it. You worked out, and you probably went to work too. Shout out to SP. Shout out to Lala Brown. Shout out to DJ X1. Shout out to Shabaka. And shout out to Same Day Parlay. And also, Ahmed Halir. If I said your name right. I'm sorry if I butcher it. They constantly blame the government. I know you mean blame, Lala. Don't worry. Blame the government when the government, the people. The thing about it, Lala, is, and I'm gonna be personally honest, and this is the difference between Africans and foundational black Americans. Where Africans, you don't need chains. You don't need chains to enslave them. You don't. Look how they're doing in their country. You don't need chains to do all. You need chains. Let me tell you something. If they do what they do in Africa to black Americans, we'll start a civil fucking war here. Nigga, 1/3 of fucking America will be fucking burnt down. Then influenced by other people. I'm working in the garage, fixing a flat to my bike. Sent my son to sleep. Where his grandma, yeah. Yeah, shout out to SP, man. Thank you for watching the channel, man. I appreciate it. All of y'all, thank y'all for watching my channel, man. I appreciate it. Sent his little ass to bed. Shout out to little man, SP. Shout out to little man. Yeah, but Lala, you're right. That's why you don't need chains to enslave them. We are how they are colonized. Yeah, you had to enslave us. You had to fucking cut us up and stuff, go to war with us. Until this day, let me tell y'all something. And I'm going to be personally honest, and this is just my theory. I don't think America won the war with foundational black Americans. The military didn't win the war with foundational black Americans. In the 1800s, in the 1700s, in the 1600s. Them niggas was still fighting over that land. Them motherfuckers was still fighting over that land. They needed our help to beat up some fucking some hillbillies, nigga. Come on. They killed these people because they were Pan-Africans. They did. Okay, if they're Pan-Africans, why didn't y'all protect them? Why didn't y'all protect them, Shabaka? If they're that important, why didn't your leaders, why didn't your peoples protect them? This is my issue. I always had that issue with Pan-Africanism. When I started learning about your leaders, your great leaders, there wasn't no slouches. There were your great leaders. Y'all left them niggas to die. Just like the civil rights, just like the civil rights, the NAACP, they left Martin Luther King to die. They left Malcolm X to die. When Malcolm X changed, who you think he was with? You think he was with the Nation of Islam, or you think he was with the NAACP trying to bring everybody together? He knew he was going to die. Malcolm X is the only person I know who knew he was going to die. When you're a revolution, let me tell you something. When you're a revolutionist, you know you're going to die one day. I'm just being personally honest. They knew all of this. And this is my Shabaka. This is, and I'm gonna be personally honest. This is my personal issue with Pan-Africanism. Y'all don't protect your leaders. Why you? Let me ask you a question. Why you think Dr. Umar drifts off a lot? He's a low key drifter. Hold on one second, everybody. Like, anything about it, I kind of don't blame. Put it this way. And this is just me thinking. All the shit that Dr. Umar is doing, do you think he has faith in Pan-Africanism, or do you think he has faith in y'all? All the drifting that he's doing, all the scamming that he's doing. We don't want to hear the shoulda, coulda, woulda, or what y'all try to do. You don't understand. We're not there. No, y'all niggas was there. Y'all protected Fidel Castro, right? So why couldn't y'all protect Fred Hampton? Y'all protect Stokely Carmichael's when he was with the Black Panthers, and he just drift off the fucking Pan-Africanism, called himself Kwame and shit. I have an issue. Let me tell you something, Shabaka, and this is just me. I always had an issue with that. That's my. Oh my god. And it pisses me off. Let me see. They are circumcising females, and they still sleeping, selling people. That got to stop. Yeah, well, let me ask you a question. Yes. Thank you, Lala. Let me ask you a question. What are y'all doing about Africa? Y'all want us to go to Africa, but Africa's not safe. Africa's not safe. Y'all want us to go to a third world country to build a third world country up, and it's not safe to even bring our children down there. Our kids will get snatched and sold. And you know that, Shabaka. I used to be a big supporter of Umar. Now he's just pissing me off. He pissed me off, and I felt I got played by him, thinking he's going to over. Yes, me too, DJ X1. Yo, let me tell you something, X1. It took me 13 years to understand that this nigga wasn't gonna do anything. When motherfuckers was like, yo, just shitting on Dr. Umar, saying like, yo, Dr. Umar ain't gonna build no school. Dr. Umar, yo, he's just scamming people and all this and that. He's a scammer. I stood by Dr. Umar 10 toes down. I just gave up on Dr. Umar like a year and a half ago. I gave up on him. I couldn't do it anymore. I really couldn't do it anymore. And it hurt my heart because at the end of the day, out of all people who I thought couldn't do it, I thought Dr. Umar could do it. Damn, that's long. Yo, real talk. That's how much faith I had in Pan-Africanism. This is why I'm so mad at Pan-Africanism, and I will never believe in Pan-Africanism. This is why I always told Kwame all the time, don't go to Africa. If you go to Africa, my nigga, them niggas is going to extort you. Then niggas going to have to set up a GoFundMe just to get you out of Africa. You know? We're sorry. Well, sorry, African was the photographer, aka spy. Facts, Lala. You're right, Lala. I knew that. I knew the Prince of Pan-Africa was no GPT. Lala always get me. Shout out to Lala. You make me feel. Yeah, that money's gone. He ain't building that school. The school will. Let me tell you something. Yo, I'm going to say this. If I get money, I'm going to build a foundational black American school and call it Nat Turner High School. Or Nat Turner Elementary School. Fuck it. Or John Horse High School. Some shit. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it's. Yeah, and the thing about it, it was very disappointing. I'm gonna be personally honest. I was hurt. I'm gonna be personally honest. When the Dr. Umar and I had to wake up and smell the coffee with Dr. Umar. I'm gonna be personally honest. I wanted to cry because I was like, "Yo, Dr. Umar is right." Yo, Dr. Umar was the first person. Because let me tell you something. What? Dr. Umar was the first person I ever heard to say, "Yo, hold your vote hostage." Dr. Umar told that on the Breakfast Club. I remember that shit like it was yesterday. Do you think Tariq is gonna get reparation in less than 13 years? Let me tell you something, Shabbat. Let me finish reading before I go off. Is home doing nothing. Pan-Africanism is ongoing progress. Pan-Africanism or reparation is not coming for many years. I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. I'm on the reparation commission of reparation in Boston. I will still fight for reparation. I will still fight for that no matter what. Because it's a debt that is owed. It's not niggas begging. It's a debt. It's a debt. It's not, a fucking handout. It has never been a handout. And you spitting that propaganda, yo, you're very disingenuous for that shit. And you know you're lying. You knew you lied about that. You knew you lied about that. It's a it's not a handout. It's a debt. And how many times? Let me ask you something, Shabaka. What do I always say about reparation? It is not a what. You know what? I'm just gonna answer it. It is not a handout. It's not begging. It's a debt that is owed for them stealing 90% of our wealth, our generational wealth. And I think $200,000 to $300,000 is less, but it's reasonable right now. It is reasonable right now. Facts, Lala Brown. Facts. I donate money to the food. Yeah, man. I almost gave this man $300. Cause I felt, I came up on 300. I was like, yo, let me get this to Dr. Umar. Thank God this shit didn't go through too. Yeah, better wake up and see that Tariq Nasheed is doing less. Tariq is just talking. Tariq Nasheed is not a leader. It's us to do. Shabaka, this is what you got. Let me tell you something about Black America. We don't need a leader. We technically don't need a leader. We just all need to fall in line. Play our place. That's all we need to do. Y'all niggas need leaders. Africa needs a leader. Black America never needed a leader. We just needed to fall in line with the code. That's why being woke wasn't for white America. It always was Black American. Being woke was like, oh, yo, you go to a job, there's 3-4 black people in there. Everybody's on code. That's being woke. That was always being woke. The liberals hijacked it, and everybody's woke now. We just stick to the code. Thank you. Thank you, DJ X1. We all stick to the code. We all fall in line. There's no one bigger than the program. There's nobody bigger than the fucking system. This is what we found out. There's nobody bigger than the system. I think that goes back to hold up, because I don't want money. I want our land. Facts. Facts, LA Brown. We created everything. They couldn't do this without us. This is why we're foundational Black American. Because the thing about it, we are the foundation of everything. America wouldn't be America without Black America, foundational Black Americans, or ADOS, or Black Americans, freemen. You know? But let's get into the next. Let's get into the topic. Let's get into the real topic. The topic is the progress of Black America. What did we progress? What is the progress? We figured out. We already knew what was going on. We told everybody what's going on. We told people about delineations. People didn't want to understand the delineation because at the end of the day, people will lose their benefit and their resources. Have y'all noticed nothing valued has seen anything? My aunt had see my clients, and I caught how getting info and my yeah, Lala, whatever's going to make you money, they're going to try to stop you from it, or any progress that you get, they want to stop you from it. But if anybody else do it, they're the creators of it. They're the innovators of it. That's why whenever you do something, stay 10 toes down from it. No matter what type of situation it puts you in, no matter how people gonna feel about you, this is your creation. This is your art. This is your forte, your knowledge at what you do. Never let nobody control that. You're the queen of your throne. Pan-Africans just waste time. Facts. They've been wasting time since the 1900s. time for Latinos to hold their own taco. Yeah, they have to right now, man. And the thing about it, let me tell you who I really do feel bad for, and I gotta be personally, the Afro Latinos. Cause you know why? They've been telling the truth I'm gonna say this, they've been telling the truth for the last 3 months. These motherfuckers don't really fuck with us either. These motherfuckers don't fuck with black Americans. They had a colorism thing going on. You are taking idealistic bullshit. We must organize with leadership. Leadership. What can you accomplish by doing nothing? We need strong leaderships. You know nothing about struggle. Shabaka, let me tell you something, and I'm gonna be personally honest. You're older than me. I know that. But what clouds your mind is that you've seen a lot, but you don't know anything. And the reason why I say you don't know anything, because at the end of the day, you don't know what's going on now. We've been under, you got to understand, we've been under the program of Pan-Africanism. We've been under the program of Pan-Africanism when we were saying like, yo, we're all black. That's Pan-Africanism ideology. We have been saying that Latinos want to only date white. Yeah, most of them. I'm gonna say something after I talk to Shabaka right now. But Shabaka, we've been trying to. This is what you got to understand. Been trying to get a coalition with Latinos and Africans for the longest. They all turn on us. So right now, since you're a Pan-Africanist, you need to get them on code. We're already on code. The thing about it, y'all just took 10 steps back because you know what? We're going to force your hand. Foundational Black Americans going to force your hand. All y'all niggas' hands, because you know why? You're going to have to help us with reparations, just like the Democrats and the liberals. Just like the Republicans, if they want to keep that seat. Come on, you don't think the Democrats can lose that seat? They'll lose that seat ASAP. Quick, fast, Ricky Bobby. He's not going home. He's staying in America. Shabaka's staying in the home. Staying in America. I know bullshit in Asia when I see them. We were never under. Yes, we was. Let me ask you a question. What you think NAACP is? What you think the civil rights was? The civil rights and the NAACP fought for everybody. They didn't fight for Black America. They fought for everybody. And the only people who got that shit was European immigrants and the Latinos and the Africans. We suffer the most. Just got back from the store. Almost got sprayed by them skunks. Damn, things aren't even afraid. Yeah, them shits is bold because the defense. I was watching a documentary on skunks. So they're not gonna be scared because they got a defense of spraying people. So that's their defense. So yeah, definitely be scared of them porcupines, wolverines, and badgers, honey badgers. Yes, that's definitely. What's going on, Del Monte, man? Get on some NCAA. I will. I'll try to get it this week. All right. I've been busy with the show and finding I've been busy with the show and finding topics. Definitely Del Monte, email me. Yeah, email me definitely. For now, they got a to neutralize officers now. Do you think they go back? They birth rates? Nah, they're not going back. Oh, y'all didn't hear the good news? Well, not I wouldn't say good news for everybody. So they fixed the census. Yeah, so you can't just put Black America no more. When they say Black Americans and African Americans, you gotta fix African Americans, Nigerians, Jamaicans, Haitian. They got like a whole line for it. Asians, they got Indians, South Koreans, Japanese, Chinese. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy. Y'all census is gonna get crazy. I've been hearing this a lot. I don't know if it's true, but yeah, that shit's getting crazy. Yes. It's the only black movement that's doing anything. All right, so Shabaka, let me ask you a question. What did the Pan African movement do for Black America? This is just a question. What did the Pan African movement do for Black America or FBAs? If you get sprayed by a skunk, you need lots of tomato sauce and basil. See, yeah, you're right, Lala. Hey, SP, listen to Lala Brown. She knows. You get sprayed by that shit, yeah, you fucked. That's what. That's what's up. They should have been did this so our delineations is working. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy. Not a damn. Not a damn. Huh, Del Monte? Not a damn. Hold on, I forgot what the question I asked Del Monte. Instead of talking in circles about the same thing to folks that won't listen. You're right, Del Monte. Hey, but you know what? I will say this, Del Monte. It is very interesting because they always come up with something new. Just like with your Fat Joe. Fat Joe just admitted Black Americans invented hip hop. So that shit's over. Yeah, but yeah, let's talk about the. They don't chase all of they don't chase other nationalities over others. Pan African hook up with our family worldwide. But at the Shabaka, okay, I agree with you with that. But how did they help Black America? It doesn't help Black America if foundational Black Americans is doing everything. Shabaka, how does that benefit foundational Black Americans? It doesn't benefit us. We're helping everybody else. Nobody's not helping us. Nobody helped us with reparation for the last 40 years. For the last 40 years, nobody helped us with reparations. Everybody was getting resources and benefits except Black Americans. We was the only ones struggling. Our grandparents is the only ones struggling, Shabaka. Pan-Africanism doesn't work. My Grammy is struggling. My Grammy, I'm doing all these shows for y'all and my grandparents. I want my grandparents to live with me. Just until the end of the day. At least we can have a good time, watch TV, watch General Hospital, just have a great time, for the rest of the end of their lives. I don't want my grandparents to be in no fucking nursing home, my nigga. But Shabaka, this is what European Africanism does. It doesn't work. Everybody's out there was a guest for reparations, Latino, Africans, Caribbeans, all of them. Facts DJ X1. We tried with everybody. This is the thing. Shabaka's not saying everything. Shabaka's pointing his finger at us, but he didn't say one thing about all of us trying. He didn't say anything about, oh yeah, Black Americans did try. We all need to come together some way, somehow. He didn't put Pan-Africanism together. They was the ones saying that they wasn't black. Them Africans was saying that they wasn't black. The Dominicans was saying that they wasn't black. Now all of a sudden, it's our duty to bring everybody together? No. Shabaka, if you care this much, this is your job. Division will never help anyone. Delineation is a white man's trip to keep us. No. We getting busy. Let me tell you something. And I gotta be personally honest, Shabaka. This is the first time I ever seen black Americans have an alliance. This is the first time I ever seen black Americans actually really stay on code. This is the first time I ever seen black Americans fight for black rights against everybody. From people stealing from us. We didn't do that kumbaya shit that you and the NAACP be doing. It won't be subjective if we didn't try. Yeah, thank you, Del Monte. All of a sudden, it's division when y'all was already divided from us. When y'all say y'all wasn't black. When y'all said that, oh yeah, we wasn't the same. I know where I'm from. Y'all niggas came here on ships and chains. Shabaka, where was you when these people were saying all of this? It's good that you want to be positive, but my nigga, you gotta be realistic. What you're saying is not realistic at all. I'm gonna be personally honest, it's not realistic. I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from, but it's not sticking. You know? This is the progress that we're getting. Look at all of the stuff that we're getting. Look at Shabaka. He's freaking out. He's trying to scare us. And I gotta be personally honest, Shabaka, you're trying to scare us. Like, we could have had a solidarity. Y'all had a chance to have a solidarity. So Shabaka say he's FBA because he lives in Harlem, but I don't think he's FBA. I'm going to be personally honest, Del Monte. I don't think he's FBA. But shout out to Shabaka, Del Monte, but I don't think he's FBA. Oh, shout out to Del Monte as well. Del Monte always gets busy on the Bronze Reaper podcast. But Africans know they black. No, now they know that they black, Shabaka. Now they know that they're black. I've done my job. I've fought FBA, haven't accomplished anything. What do you mean we haven't accomplished anything? What do you mean? Hold on. This is why we're having this topic, all right? Let me finish reading your thing. Haven't accomplished anything. What accomplished has FBA made? We have fought fights worldwide. I've been in struggle. What struggle have you been in worldwide, Shabaka? And salute to your struggle out, which you have done in the military. Salute to you. Thank you for fighting for our rights. But Pan-Africanism didn't do anything. All they did was reap the benefits. They're all parasites. And I got to be personally honest. Pan-Africanism is a parasite movement. And what black Americans have done, we have noticed what have been going on. We have noticed that this John Lewis, Malcolm, Martin Luther King bullshit doesn't work. Letting niggas take our culture, beat us up, talk shit about us, all of that shit. It just doesn't work, Shabaka. We went through all the violence and the abuse, the verbal abuse, saying that we don't have culture by your people, saying that we're only drug dealers and drug users, saying that, oh yeah, we're only single parents and shit like that. Come on, Shabaka. We decoded all of that shit. We showed you that, like, yo, Black Americans created over 50,000 components and 50,000 convention 50,000 inventions and components. Over 50,000 components and inventions. Also, we always fought in every war in America. Also, we defeated every war in America. No, everything take time. 50 years from now, you will be trying to tell your children to miss the struggle. No, this is why I'm doing the work now. If y'all want to call it nepotism, let y'all call it nepotism. But at the end of the day, if our kids, if Black American kids, foundational Black American kids, can get a little bit off their plate, by all means, I will do it. I will sacrifice that. Put it this way, I will sacrifice my wrestling career just for foundational Black American kids can be saved, can get what they own so they can get an equal opportunity. Everybody else has an equal opportunity except foundational Black Americans. I'm just being personally honest. I will sacrifice that career. I hate it, but at the end of the day, I'm already sacrificing now because at the end of the day, this is the fight that I've been fighting. And I'm talking about for a few months. I've been in and out of practice because you know what? This is important. It's not because it's a foundational Black movement, Black American movement. It's because it's right. Why can't Black Americans get their debt that they were owed? If we don't pay taxes and pay our debt off, we go to jail. All of a sudden, we don't have to pay their debt off because them niggas were slaves? SP, he's doing a lot better now, but he came back addicted to pills and hard alcohol. Yeah, probably, you know. My brother isn't. Yo, let me tell you something. I know this white guy. He was in the saving people and stuff, like ER and shit in the military. This motherfucker seen a head fucking pop off and roll right between his legs. The motherfucker never been the same again. This motherfucker's reading Bible verses. So I get what you're talking about, SP. That shit is crazy. This white man talking about Jesus Christ was black and scaring white people. I'm just being personally honest. This is a white man doing this shit. He came back from the military, telling white people that, like, yo, homosexuality is a sin and you're gonna go to hell. This motherfucker came back from, was it Afghanistan, like that. Like his whole team blew up and one of the motherfuckers' head rolled between his legs and like he just freaked the fuck out. He never been the same again. Ever. You know? And like people used to laugh about it because he's white and stuff. No, he's really fucked up. He really has to be on pills. You know, he really has to be on pills. Yeah, medic. My brother was. Oh, really? Yo, tell your brother thank you for his service. You too, Shabaka. Thank you for your service, my man. Knowing that and accomplishing something, FBA's is a U2 code. No, we're not a U2 code. Let me tell you why we're not a U2 code. So let me ask you a question, Shabaka. Do you think I'm a U2 code, or do I give people the benefit of doubt of letting them say what they want to say? Even though I think different, I give people the benefit of the doubt because at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do, let me finish reading what you're saying. I sacrificed my life. I've seen my brothers and sisters die in liberation. FBA is a Tariq Nasheed in 2019. So let me ask you a question. Uh, and I'm gonna be totally honest about this, Shabaka. I'm sorry if I'm moving around. I've been drinking. Dr. Claude Anderson. Give me a second. Where's your book, Claude Anderson? Fuck, I got books everywhere. I just bought another book too, man. This is the crazy part about it. It's probably in my bag. Yeah, it's probably in my bag. Dr. Claude Anderson. He said that black Americans are not African and Americans. They're black natives. Do you believe that what Claude Anderson said? Claude Anderson. He's the one who brought up the black natives, the black aboriginals. I need up being a sapper. Del Monte, you doing good, man. Don't push yourself, man. You doing good, man. The FBA is doing nothing for but other. I didn't ask you that, Shabaka. I think you're wasting repo. Shabaka, I didn't ask that. You did. I'm gonna say it again. Insulting other Africans, treating that she is causing nothing but I think, but division. That's what culture. No, I'm gonna say it again, and I will answer your question. Do you? Because you just made me forget. Let me just read what you said again. Do you think I'm divisive? And do you think I give people who has a different ideology the benefit of talking and saying what they say? You know why I said that? And I'm going to tell you why I said that. Do I give people the benefit of the doubt? And the reason why I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Even, white supremacists. If y'all want to come up here and say, black people are inferior, okay, please tell me why. Please tell me why. I'm sorry, Lala. Let me read what you say. Hitler said America has a Jew. Yeah, they just said I already know what you're gonna say. Yeah, he did say that. I know you not finna let someone who don't know their history own to tell. Facts. You know what, Lala? I'm gonna say this too. I'm gonna add on to that. The motherfuckers been doing that for fucking decades. Decades and probably centuries. Telling our history. Saying all of us came off the slave ship. I have an issue about the Claude Anderson was a fraud. Claude Anderson wasn't a fraud. Claude Anderson had a lot of policies done for black Americans. So you can't say that, Shabaka. Claude Anderson Claude Anderson wrote a book for all of us to make it. And I want you to read it too, Shabaka, before you even say anything crazy about that, about Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson's fought for your rights. Claude Anderson gave you the game to the foreigners. So at the end of the day, you can't get mad at the Claude Anderson if you didn't take, game, if you didn't peep game. I gotta find that book. Give me a second, man. Fuck, what did I do with that book? It's probably in my bag. Give me a second. Yeah, Shabaka. Oh, I see it. Give me a second. Got it. Claude Anderson. black labor to white wealth. It's the cheat code. It's the cheat code. You know? He get it. Yo, let me tell you something. I just bought this new book called The Secret. It's more for like day trading and stuff like that. So yeah. That's why oh, Dick Gregory was the man. Lala Brown. Oh, Dick Gregory. Oh man. He was a great comedian and great, leader. I'm gonna call him a leader. Oh yeah. R.I.P. to Dick Gregory, definitely. But we're gonna start. I'm gonna start. I do want to start. Hold on one second. I gotta close some of these windows. I do want to start another video of the progress of what we have been doing. This one is gonna be on delineating, and this is one of It's not Kwame's video today, but it was his topic question that he was saying. Should FBAs drop the word black? That's what Kwame try to jump on today. We might even watch the video with Kwame, our Pan African Kwame, and I always say our Pan African Kwame because at the end of the day, even though he be wilding the fuck out and stuff, that's our that's our people's Kwame. So even though we don't agree with Kwame, we don't fuck with his ideology, we still support him, Because at the end of the day, a person who supports the show and stuff like that, at the end of the day, we know that the shit ain't gonna work. But at the end of the day, I still would support Kwame. Me, I will still support Kwame. And also, too, it's just a support. I'm just a supporter person. Tariq Nasheed learns how to... This is why we're going to watch the videos, Shabaka, because at the end of the day, if you want to dissect it, yes, dissect it, and we can talk about it. It's 25 minutes, man, so definitely.
Anti-FBA energy. Now look at GT. Now GT, do we worship the same ancestors, GT?
I don't know what ancestors you're worshiping if you're claiming to be black. You understand? I don't know. I just want to know why you so angry, Tariq, this morning, bro. You're just angry, like what's going?
What kind of project? I'm not even raising my voice. I'm here talking with the family. I'm talking with the family. What you projecting? Y'all love projecting. I ain't even angry. Stop projecting, GT. And where you been hiding, man? I heard some of your fellow tethers, they've been getting on your ass. I heard y'all been having infights with. You've been having infights with other refugees. What's going on?
You can hear your anger.
Facts, DJ X1.
Sir, that's projection. The only thing that's angry is your. Sir, the only thing that's angry is that hyena in your. You didn't eat your hyena, and he's angry. But I'm not angry. Now what happened? Get your phone together, GT. Damn.
That's how it goes in the drive. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you in there.
Well, you guys.
You got the Magusi fumes messing up the reception on your phone. Now, what's on your mind? Come on, your phone is messing up. Good Lord, big
I just wanted to know why you're so angry.
Okay, I'm not gonna keep talking to you in that raggedy ass Igusi phone. I'm not. Come on now, nigga. You won that phone at a Burna Boy concert.
Oh yeah, everybody, like and subscribe, and also comment. And if you subscribe, definitely we give shout outs and stuff like that, and we do appreciate it because we it builds the podcast and the channel, and like I said, we do appreciate it, and definitely it helps a lot. And also hit the like button also too because it does build the algorithm and it helps with the channel as well too.
That phone is janky as shit. Nigga, the phone, it rings. It got Afro beats, ringtones, and shit. Get off here with that janky ass phone. All right, let me get some more people in here. Good grief. Shout out to everybody in here. We are in here deep. Let me get one more call. I'm kind of hungry. I need a midnight snack. I need to go. I should have called Bushmeat Barrister and have them deliver some damn Uber Eats. Um, let me let me get one more good one in here. Y'all raise your hand. Raise your hand. American, melanin American. Let me get melanin American in the building. Melanin American, what's happening?
Oh man, what's up, Tyreek?
What's other?
All right, man. I know you're gonna roast me for this question, man, or not this question, but it's a slight criticism
Uh oh.
on,
Better be based in
well,
fact. Better be based,
constructive criticism.
hopefully it's based in fact. If it's sound
Yeah.
like it's not.
Well, you could educate me on this because
Yeah.
I see a little problem with the terminology of foundational Black American.
How so?
Well, because number one is redundant because foundational Black American. Okay, so I will ask you this. Are there if why not just foundational Americans if black people are the foundation?
Mm-hmm. We
Because that opens the door for whites to say, well, we're foundational whites, and other people to say, well, we're foundational this. If blacks are the foundational Americans, why not just foundational Americans? And why hold on to black? That's a problematic term too.
mm-hmm.
And the last part is the American part. Like if we were here, if we're indigenous to this land before it was America,
Mm-hmm.
why keep America attached? Because America has a lot of blood on its hands. That name carries like a curse. So why would we adopt that? That whole name to me is problematic,
How so?
unless it's just temporary.
How's the name problematic?
Well, kind of what I just listed out is it has redundancies. It opens up the door for other people to claim that they're foundational, other ethnic groups. Like I said, even just alone, if blacks are the foundational Americans, we could just leave the black part out.
No, what? Why do you have a problem with the word black? There's nothing wrong with black.
Because I feel like that's a term that was put on us uh, as to put us in like a racial caste system and place us at the bottom. We went from Negro, which is a variant of black. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that we embraced it and we turned it into something, but it's not a name that we originally called ourselves. That's my problem with that.
Well, the thing is, different circumstances, people call themselves different names. All ethnic groups based on circumstances, like certain Indians, Creek Indians, they didn't call themselves Creek Indians. That was a name that the Europeans came and saw.
Give me a second, everyone. All right, you hear me? All right, I'm gonna say this again. Hey, thanks, SP. All right, I'm gonna say it again. So when Black Americans did something wrong, they used to crack us in the back with the whip. So when the whip hit, it used to make a crack sound, crack. That's why they call it a cracker. So hold up, what if he goes the whole stream without? No, I can't hear. Can y'all hear now? Let me see. Give me a second, everyone. Oh man, y'all can't hear. Oh shit. No, I can't hear. Can y'all hear now? Let me see. Okay, cool. Give me a. All right. So yeah, they give a crack sound, crack. So that's why they call it a cracker. So when you call a white person a honky, it's like, yo, back in the days when they used to go to the brothels, like the senates, the mayors and stuff, and all the politicians, they were white. So they used to honk the horn, honk, 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 honk. So they know that they're here. The money is about to come. That's why they call them honkies. It wasn't like a derogatory term. It has never been a derogatory term, you know? Oh, fuck, I just broke my shot glass. Fuck. Yeah, I broke my shot glass. So yeah, that's what those. So there's really no derogatory term for white Americans. It has never been. But let's go on with this.
Oh, it's okay. You guys live by the creek. You're Creek Indians. So the thing is, black. Understand this? Black is not just a color. That signifies a lineage and a struggle. You understand? What country don't have blood on it by the white supremacists?
Give me a second.
So, but why would we take America, which is there's nothing, it has nothing to do with black, nothing, anything.
But
America.
What country doesn't have white blood on it?
I mean, I couldn't tell you off the top of the head.
Tell you none. Well, only one, North Sentinel Island. That's it. Well,
okay.
White blood because they didn't kill the white people who went there, but yeah, every place the white supremacists shed blood. So you can't just single out America. Black is not just a color. It's not just a melanin. It's based on a lineage. You understand? It is based on resistance. We actually chose black because they were saying Negro and the N-word and colored and all of that. We weren't just foundational because we were early Americans. We were foundational because we were the black people whose free labor shaped the nation.
Mm-hmm.
So erasing black, you're erasing the reason why America owes a debt to that. That's why we're not going to do just foundational American, because yeah, people can kind of slip in and try to say that they were the foundation of something. No, it's foundational black American. Foundational black American is vague, it's easily hijacked.
Okay, so you're looking at it in a political sense then.
No, just say, oh, you got some white people from the Mayflower who can say, well, we're foundational Americans. Well, foundational black Americans, it protects the identity from appropriation and political delusion, you know?
Okay, so yeah, all right, so there are other foundational Americans then aside from black people.
No, they can try to play that game that they're foundational. Well, they can say like Thomas Jefferson, like the founding fathers. They can play,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Those were people
okay.
who were they founded the Constitution. So technically, yeah, some of those guys, the Thomas Jeffersons, the George Washingtons, the founding fathers. But yeah, we were just as instrumental and more important. And we're not white. We're foundational black Americans. We were the labor force and the cultural force that built this up. So we want you to know exactly who did it. That's why black is very, very important.
I wonder if we were the architects, though. I believe this country blacks were used for labor, but The crafters of this nation were Anglo white men.
Really? How come they didn't craft that in Europe then?
Well, they left Europe because of persecution and came over here and did their own thing.
Okay, how did they come over here and magically?
So that's a lie. They left. So when the English left England to go to America, they left. They say for religious reasons, but they were all crazies and murderers, and like they all committed crimes. They wasn't like decent people. They were all like fucking suicidal. If you really want to be personally honest, they were all like suicidal killers and shit like that. And like, yeah, they got busy. Kwame Ture and Willie Rader started like Black Part. There was two more other people, Shabaka, but okay, I get it, Shabaka. Let me say something, and I'm sorry to cut this off, everybody. Cause a motherfucker make a black fist is not fucking like, I get it's iconic, but it's not very important. You know, cause if you really want to be personally honest, the person who really made Black Power was James Brown. Like, let's personally be honest. James Brown made Black America dope, even though when niggas was calling him a coon. And James Brown's nowhere near a coon, but at the end of the day, he was doing shit that niggas didn't like. So, this nigga make a black fist and drift. And the thing about it, y'all forget about the grifting and all this shit that fucking Stokely Carmichael was doing. He went from helping old black people to vote to the Black Panther movement to like all to the what is it, to fucking Africa. He's like one of the biggest grifters of all time. But y'all not gonna talk about that because he's a Pan-African. Like, that's why I don't want to hear about that shit.
We know all of this stuff.
Well, I'm sure they used a lot of deception and, I understand how they get down, but still,
Also,
and I'm gonna say this: I also like Stokely Carmichael, but it's just the nigga did a lot of grifting. He did a lot of grifting. Has he put in work for certain parts of the black community? Yeah, but it's not like, oh yeah, Black America couldn't get it without him. Maybe, but I personally think black people would have got farther without him. And that's just my personal thought. I'm not saying it's important or it's a strong thing to think about. Yes, you can think about it, but that's just my opinion. I think Black Americans could have done it without Stokely Carmichael and the Black Power Fist. Somebody would have thought of some shit, or somebody who actually really created the Black Power Fist could have did it without him.
when they did try to found colonies over here by themselves, because the white supremacists did come over here and try to found white colonies over here, European colonies, without slave labor. Well, some with slave labor, some without. All of them failed before 1619. All of them failed. They couldn't do it. Why couldn't they do it on their own?
I hear you. I hear you.
Love talking.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we were this shit when we were just the laborers. Have you visited some of these plantations?
I haven't. I'm stuck in SoCal. I'm from California.
Louisiana. Go down to South Carolina. Go.
Mhm.
I was at a plantation in Louisiana. They will proudly tell you that the big house, was a black.
I'm gonna say this. My grandmother grew up with James Brown. I'm gonna start off with that and shout out to James Brown, because at the end of the day, we created a lot of stuff with James Brown. Hip hop with James Brown. Certain music with James Brown. Fashion with James Brown. You know, and for you to even say what you said about James Brown evolved black and I'm proud and black power. James Brown always been the soul brother. That's why they call him the soul brother. Instead of it would have been black power, it would have been soul power. This is why I say is this argument is disingenuous. James Brown, as great as he was, would have thought of something. You know? And this is why I say James Brown is the greatest, no, the hardest worker of all time. He's the hardest worker. He puts on show at everybody. He stopped riots. James Brown stopped riots of people getting their shit destroyed, cities getting destroyed, states getting destroyed. And you had the audacity to talk about Stokely Carmichael and the Black Power fist. You think Stokely Carmichael can add up to what James Brown have done for Black America? This motherfucker went to jail, yes, for doing degenerate shit. But he always was for Black America. Always have been for Black America. A lot of essays, fuck with. Yeah, let me tell you something. James Brown, oh man, greatest entertainer of all time. I wish when he was alive, I could get to see him. At least, yo, I could say this. I had the honor to see him dance with Little Michael. And the reason why I'm gonna say this. The reason why I call Michael Jackson Little Michael is because of James Brown. It's because of James Brown. And James Brown is the biggest influence for Black America and foundational Black Americans. One of the biggest. We can't take that from James Brown. We got, being flashy because of James Brown. We got dancing because of James Brown. We got being cool because of James Brown. This is why I always tell people all the time, yo, hip hop wasn't built with anybody else. It was always built with Black Americans. Terry Nixie, Credit Kiss, Kwame's. No, you're. Let me tell you something. You know what? Let's keep on going on. And I felt my aunt went to change her child. Went to church. Your aunt's from Augusta or St. Clair's? Yeah, he's the hottest worker of all times. I told you that. Did your aunt go to church in Augusta or St. Clair's or even South Carolina? James Brown was born in South Carolina, but he was raised in Augusta. That's why I told you my grandmother grew up with great James Brown.
In black slave. We were building the houses. We were building the bridges. Hawk King is another foundational Black American who was enslaved, who they would get to build many of the bridges and railroads, and he was an architect for state houses around the country in the South. We have Benjamin Banneker's foundational Black American who helped design Washington, D.C. You understand? We were the architects and everything, sir. You understand?
I understand that. I mean, I have family. My grandma from Shreveport, Louisiana. My grandfather was from Nacogdoches, Texas. So my lineage goes back. But I just haven't been visiting out there to really explore all that stuff in person. And it seems like I need to dig deeper.
Oh, sure. I want to give a shout out to thank y'all for giving me likes. I appreciate it. It helps with the algorithm. And again, I appreciate everything and all the support that y'all do. Salute. And I hope I'm gonna say this. I hope I'll be a great representative for all of y'all. Even if we don't all have the same ideology, I just hope I be the great. My biggest fear, I'm gonna be personally honest, is not being the greatest representative for all of y'all. So I'm gonna try to be the best I can for everybody, even SP, even Shabaka, even Kwame. If I can be the best representative for y'all, even if we don't believe in the same ideology, if I can help everybody, I can. And I know I talk crazy about immigrants and stuff. I love immigrants. I'm gonna be personally honest. I love immigrants. If you notice, I go out with immigrants too. I have always went out with immigrants too, and black women. I love them both. I love black women. That always been my preference. But at the end of the day, if I could catch a bad, Haitian or Cape Verdean, yeah, that's come on. We're gonna add them to. We're gonna add, if we impregnate them, we're gonna add them to the culture. We're gonna add the baby to the culture. Fuck it. We're gonna train the baby to be pro-black. But other than that, that's my biggest fear, and I hope I can represent everybody, properly. This is why I try to do as much as I can, and if I try hard, I hope I'm doing great. Thanks, SP. I appreciate that. Yes, be good representing. You're not a tether, SP. Jesus Christ. A tether is a person who undermines black Americans for the progress in the progress in the achievements that they do. So you're not a tether. That's all the tether is. It's a coon immigrant. That's all. You're not a coon.
Because it's a lot of stuff I'm not hip to, but
It's all you.
yeah,
By the way, it's all you.
I appreciate it.
They were.
Thank you. I appreciate you for putting me up on a little game, giving me a little bit more detail so I can know, what I need to know when I talk about this type of stuff.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it. Land my plane there.
Here's all your family.
You're not a coon.
My family?
Yeah.
My mom, we've been out in Cali since the 50s, so at least. So she's from Compton, California. My grandfather and her side is, like I said, from Nacogdoches, Texas. My grandma from Louisiana, Shreveport. On my dad's side, I wasn't raised with him, but I know I have folks from Oklahoma and I think Louisiana too. So I got my records and everything. We go way back, like papers and all that. So I'm ready for reparations, man. We'll get them if something passes for us. I'm legit,
Thank you, SP. I just hope I support y'all properly.
Yeah, let's come on now. You better
Represent
know your
y'all
history.
properly.
That's why it's important to know your history, family. No. We're foundational Black Americans, not just foundational Americans. Because people will try to co-opt that. They can try to remix that. No, when you say foundational Black American, you're being very, very specific. You understand? Yeah, blackness, the black identity is legally and historically recognized throughout history. Blackness, that's been used to determine access, exclusion, exploitation from slavery.
Shabaka. I'm going to say this. How did you think I know that James Brown was born in South Carolina? That's one. I knew he was born in South Carolina. I knew James Brown does everything for Black America. He's pro-black. He's pro-black more than fucking Tariq Nasheed. And I'm going to say this. Haitians and Dominicans being our brothers and sisters and stuff, I do agree with that. But at the end of the day, they haven't been acting like that. They haven't been acting like that for the past 10, 15 years. They haven't been acting like that. I'm gonna tell you a story, Shabaka. I have a brother. That's half Puerto Rican and black. He knows about his black side because we're both from the same projects. But at the end of the day, our side, he cut us off because I don't know what happened. I know something happened, but I really can't talk about it. But there was a time where I seen my little brother, and I have visions and I have memories of my little brother when We used to hang out together when he was young and I was young. We used to hang out in He Street projects, just chilling and stuff, running around and stuff like that. Just just doing little kid shit. His brother came in here talking about that's not your brother. Knowing I know that's my little brother. Knowing that I can't fight because I'm only 8 years old. Fighting a 14, 15-year-old kid. I can probably beat the brakes off him now, but to me that shit doesn't prove anything. Puerto Rican kid. I see him on an app when we used to have MySpace. I'll say, hey, yo. And if y'all don't know my name, my real name is Lewis. I'm like, yo, hey, yo, I'm little Lewis. I'm your big brother and stuff like that. He's like, I don't know who you are. You're not my brother. Basically he said, fuck you, nigga. And that's just how I took it. At the time, I cried. I cried because it's my brother. Only thing I remember of me and him was us playing together in the projects, running around and stuff, just remembering each other and stuff, like having a good time. He already had a big brother, but at the end of the day, I always been a big brother. I never had a big brother. My big brother is my uncle. My uncle's a few years older than me. My uncle's probably less than 10 years older than me. So that's the only big brother I have. So my little brother, that's my second youngest brother. I have 3. Then I have twin sisters. My second brother, I was like, yo, that's my little brother right here. I love my little brother. I'll do anything for my life. Even to that day, before when that shit happened with his other brother and stuff, I forgot that nigga's name. I personally don't like him or his family. I'm not a hateful person, but nigga, I wouldn't piss on none of them niggas if them niggas was on fire. And I'm gonna be personally honest. I would probably pull out marshmallows and a stick just to cook the marshmallows so I could have some s'mores and watch them niggas burn. And I'm gonna be personally honest. Because I'm pissed off and I was hurt at the time. I'm still pissed off and hurt at the same time. I'm still not over it because at the end of the day, that was my little brother. All I know right now, he drives the MBTA bus. Like I know, and the thing about it, he has kids. He has kids. Nobody... And the girl that he went out with at one time, I used to go out with her best friend for a year and a half. I know all of this. I just never said anything. After he basically kicked me to the curb, I accepted it. One thing about me, I accept everything. If he get with her. No, fuck that shit. All that get with him and shit like that. I'm not gonna... Shabaka, this is your problem. And I'm gonna be personally honest. You're a forgiving type of nigga. A nigga could spit on you and stuff like that and kick you and almost hang you from a fucking tree. And if you survive, you can forgive them niggas. I'm not a forgiving type of person. I'm a biblical type of person. I'm a biblical type of nigga. If you do something to me, yeah, it's supposed to happen to you, nigga. I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, God will fix this. Nah, God's telling me, yo, nigga, this is what's supposed to happen to you. You're supposed to reap what you sow. If it's mentally, physically, or socially. You're supposed to feel that pain. You're not supposed to get a pass, nigga. God tells you that you're not going to get a fucking pass. Nigga, let me tell you something. All the fucking wicked, foul shit I have done over the years, I have felt. I felt the wrath. You think niggas is going to get a pass? I'm the nigga, and I'm the nigga who fucking changed. I change. And you talking about, oh yeah, go see your brother, fix it. Nigga, fix what? Nigga, I didn't do shit. I just try to be a loving brother when I was 18, 19. I wanted to tell him the great things I was doing in life. I wanted to tell him all the traveling I was doing. This nigga didn't give two shits about me. This nigga didn't even give a fuck if I had cancer or not. Get the fuck out of here. You crazy.
3/5 clause, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration. They were doing that to black people. They used the word black, and we're gonna let them know. Okay, yes.
And I'm sorry if you feel I'm going off on you. I'm not going off on you, Sabaka. I'm just telling you how it is, man. I know I got a little bit, animation to it, but this is the shit that goes off in Boston, man. People crazy, man.
We're still black, and you still owe us. I ain't about to make this shit vague. No. We're owed as black folks, as foundational black Americans. We're going to use the legal and social language used against us to get compensation, which includes black. Yeah, we're removing black. That disconnects foundational black Americans from our unique cultural contributions. Hip-hop, black. Foundational black Americans, jazz. Foundational black Americans, soul food. Foundational black Americans, hoodoo. Foundational black Americans, civil rights movement. Foundational black Americans. We're owning that. You understand? It's not just foundational, it's foundational black American. See, we just say foundational American. That ignores the cultural, spiritual, and artistic genius that rose up out of blackness. That's the thing that makes the shit so great. We did that when blackness was being oppressed, and we still rose up and created all of these great things as black people, as an oppressed group. That's what makes us goddamn superheroes to a damn certain degree. The blackness, that's the thing, that's the key ingredient in the sauce. That's the key ingredient. That's what makes us.
Tariq talks that tether shit. I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. You will always be a fool then. And I'm sorry to say that you will always be a fool if your brother will always be your brother. I have cut people off and I love the thing about I love my family, but I cut them off and love them from a distance. The difference between me and you is you'll keep on trying. Let me tell you something. I have been doing that shit with my mother for 30 years. And you know what stopped my mother from doing that for 30 years? From me cutting her off. Me not calling her. Me living my life. Being the best that I can be. I love my mother. I'll cry if, God forbid, if anything happened to my mother. I will cry for my mother. But at the end of the day, I will send my mother to a nursing home. And the reason why is because I love my grandmother. You know? I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what's happening with that between that. But I love my grandmother. My grandmother always protected me. She protected me for everything. Both of them. I refuse my grandmother going to a nursing home and me not fight. And I'm going to be personally honest. That's the difference between me and you. You're going backwards, I'm going forwards. And that's all I'm saying. I wouldn't want you to go backwards. I want you to go forwards. I want you to see that this is what Pan-Africanism is. It wants you to love your brother, but if your brother's abusing you, if your brother's verbally manipulating if your brother's manipulating you being great, let me ask you a question, Shabaka. I need you to answer this question. I don't need you to answer anything else. I know how you like to do what I do. With me, you mumble on about everything. But I need you to do is answer this question. If your brother turned on you, what is the next step for you? Not me. I already know what's the next step for me, but what's the next step for you if your brother's trying to destroy everything that you create?
So unique and so remarkable. They tried their best to denigrate the blackness, suppress the blackness, subjugate the blackness, spiritually break the blackness, and they did not break the blackness, ladies and gentlemen. We said in the 60s, we're black and we're proud. Now what? That was a declaration of success and victory. We're still here as the black people you tried to denigrate. We're reminding you of that blackness that made this country what it is. We ain't giving that up.
Facts.
We embrace it. Now other people try to embrace it. I'm black too, my nigga. We're all black. No,
Facts.
well, yeah. No, because y'all would go out of your way to say you weren't. I'm not black, nigga. I'm Jamaican. Remember back in the 90s? We would hear that all the time. They act like they weren't saying that. I used to hear that when I was single back in the club days. I would always hear these Caribbean and African women, black as hell. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Ethiopian. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Caribbean. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Trinidadian. They would always say that. They wore that shit as a badge of honor.
Mm-hmm.
Now they try to flip it. Well, we're all these same people. Oh, okay. But the thing is, family, black, that's the power word that puts the system on notice. See, we're not going to remove black. See, that's a strategic attempt to kind of neutralize demands.
Your mom gave.
You know? When
Give me a second,
claiming,
everybody. You're a fool. Your mother gave birth to you. You better wake up. I wish my brother and my mother was here. Your brother only hurts. No, it's not about hurting my feelings. It was about the disrespect that he had for my father. Saying that that's not his father. That's what really... I could have dealt with him saying that he don't know who I am. What I can't deal with saying that, oh yeah, that's not his father, and he knowing that's his father. That was my issue. You know, I always had a problem with that. That's why when I seen him, I'm gonna be personally honest. My father was like, oh yo, he got in a car accident, okay? Nigga, what you want me to do? I love my mother to death, but my mother, let me tell you something. My mother made this bed, she has to lay in it. I love my mother. You know? Hey, SP, you don't gotta say respectfully. That's your opinion. I would never want you to feel like, oh yo, you know, only time you say respectfully if somebody's challenging you. It's like, yo, respectfully, blasey, blasey, blah. You know? But yeah, I'm gonna be personally honest, it's I personally, yeah, my mother gave birth to me, but at the end of the day, let me ask you a question, Shabaka. A person could give birth to you, but at the end of the day, you could still have to raise yourself. You could still have to learn things from yourself. You know, it's like saying, oh yeah, a person, I'm sorry, everybody. If a person be like, oh yeah, I'm your father, you need to do what I said because you came out of me and some bullshit like that. Like, nigga, you didn't raise me, my nigga. How you trying to tell me, oh, I'm supposed to listen to you? Like, nigga, you ain't shit nigga. You know? Black is bullshit. All Africans are black. How you say black is bullshit and you say all Africans is black? Are black? Shabaka, you're wilding right now. I'm gonna say, you know what? We're just gonna finish this Shabaka, cause you're walling right now. Tariq got y'all saw. It's not even soft, but at the end of the day, he got us aware. If you call that soft, he got us aware. Anytime, let me tell you something, Shabaka. And shout out to, I'm gonna say this. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Pan Africanism, because I'm gonna say you actually did something right. When that girl got beat the brakes off of her by them transgender Latinos, Pan Africanism was there. I will say that Pan Africanism was there. Black people were there too, but Pan Africanism was 10 toes down first. You know, because Queens is a Pan Africanism city or town. Kwame lives there. Pan African Kwame. I'm sorry, Kwame. Pan African Kwame lives there. And shout out to Kwame. And we got to give credit. They were 10 toes down, just like Black Americans would have been. But we're not talking about Black Americans. We're talking about Pan Africanism. And that's why I said shout out to you, Kwame, and all everybody who was 10 toes down there. Y'all actually stood on business that we know of. Y'all stood on business. And salute.
I mean, that blackness, people say, oh, that's divisive. Yeah, they don't say that when Irish Americans and Native American is used. See, black makes people uncomfortable. And that's a good thing. Because it reminds you, it forces America to confront its sins. Yeah, it's when you come in with that black, you yelling black. No, everybody has, because you know what you did. It's like, you know what you did last summer. No, I'm going to remind you. You're not going to get to forget. I ain't taking the black out of shit. You're going to get reminded every day of what you did and what needs to be done to give compensatory justice. That's why it has to be remained. Foundation of Black America is not just a label. It's a statement of truth, a statement of ownership, and a statement of power. Ladies and gentlemen.
Fire over.
Miss Princess...
Yeah, I don't. And the sad thing about it, I don't even think they were Latinos. They were like Romanian, I heard, but they were transgender. But yeah, yo, Pan Africanism still on business. SP, I'm gonna say this, all right, everybody. I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. Instead of going against Black America, won't you? Instead of going against FBA, won't you? Fix the solidarity with them. See what you won't you be the middleman? Instead of you fighting against Black America, won't you be the middleman and see how you can fix it? I think that was your problem right now, Shabaka. You're not trying to fix the problem. You're trying to just, control the problem. They were Latinos. Yeah, yo, they beat the brakes off that 120-pound girl. I didn't see no shit like that in years. Oh man, yeah, them transgenders need to be in jail. Them big booger bear bitches. Motherfuckers is big. I hate your people. Hold up 1 second. I'm sorry, Shabaka. Give me a second. If hating on your people is aware, I is aware. She has turned you against your. We're not against Africans. That's the thing. We're not against Africans. We're not against anybody. Only people that we're supporting, the only people that we are defending is people who were fighting for us. We're not gonna fight for everybody from Africa. Not sure what nationality. They said that they were Romanian, but at the end of the day, you get mad and you start talking Spanish, I don't think you're Romanian. Because if I get mad at you, I'm talking crazy like country. I'm going to talk country as fuck. I'm going to be personally honest with you, SP. I'm going to talk country. But that's just how my system is. But if you get mad at somebody, you're going to talk fucking Spanish, or your Mexican native language. They weren't no damn. Nah, they were transgenders. That one of them was like 6'2" niggas. So Shabaka, I mean SB. One of them was like 6'2". The motherfuckers was big as fuck. You say they was a transgender, but yo Shabaka, yeah man, it's just like let me tell you something, Shabaka. If you want to be a real good Pan-African, if you want to be a real good Pan-African leader, and I think you are, I think your problem is you don't know how to find solutions. I know, that's what I said, SB. That's what I said. That's why I said I'm not going to say it was Latinos because some of them were saying that they were Romanian. So that's why I say it's kind of hard. Okay, so Shabaka, I'm gonna say this: if you really want to solve the problem with Pan-Africanism and FBAs, you gotta find solutions. You have never found solutions. Your solution is going back to Africa, and Black Americans are not going back to Africa. Nigga, we can't live in no motherfucking mud hut. I'm trying to tell. No, you're not supposed to tell us anything. You're supposed to find solutions. Tariq, let me tell you something. If you can't find, and this is how I'm gonna look at it. If technically, and you got Shabaka. If I can help you, I will help you, Shabaka. But you have to find a solution of fixing this Tariq Nasheed foundational Black American thing and this Pan-African movement thing. If you can't fix that, you can't fix your problem, what's going on in Africa. First of all, you need to fix what's going on in your homeland, and that's America. I know you don't consider America your country, but that's your home. It's always going to be your home at the end of the day because your ancestors built that. If you're a Black American, you're not going to let your ancestors go in vain. You need to fix this country. Why you think Black Americans is so hard on Pan-Africanism, immigrants and shit like that? Because we can't let our ancestors go in vain. That was the most important thing. This is I'm giving you a cheat code right now, Shabaka. The reason why we will never go into Pan-Africanism is because we're not going to let our ancestors go in vain for building this country. We're going to get what's owed to us. We're going to get what our ancestors given to this country, created, fucking blood, sweat, and tears. This is what you should have been on. I'm not trying to say, oh yeah, leave Pan-Africanism, but I'm trying to say, fight for your ancestors who were already here in America. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to DJ X1. I don't understand how you can be Pan-African and against Black people from America and make it make sense. Yeah, I feel you, DJ X1. I feel you.
Hiya. Hop on, man.
Hi. I wanted to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am. You're in Sudan? Or are you here now? I know you're Sudanese, but are you here now in America?
Yes.
Where you at? Where you live? Arizona?
I'm not trying to tell you to agree with his ideology. I'm not telling you to agree with his ideology. I'm trying to tell you fight for your ancestors, what they fought for in America first before you go to Africa. That's all I'm saying. How you giving up on your ancestors and going to some imaginary fucking Walt Disney fucking ancestors? You don't even know if your ancestors is from Africa. Everybody, you gotta understand, every DNA is from Africa. Even Cheddar Man is from Africa. All I'm trying to say is fight for your ancestors. Fight for your great grandparents. Fight for your grandparents. Shabaka. That's all I wanted you to do. I wasn't trying to take you or steer you away from Pan-Africanism. That shit got nothing to do with me if you want to be with Pan-Africanism. That's your people, that's your ideology, that's your gameplay. But my gameplay is bringing black Americans, getting black Americans with their own, then after that, bringing black Americans together. I'm not going to focus on every black American and all of them niggas is against us right now. Then when we try to get reparations to support America and them, you don't think these policies that we're fighting for is going to go to these Africans, to these Jamaicans, to these Caribbeans? That was my problem. Everybody always forget about the people who built this country. Everybody always forget about the ancestors that fought and bled for this country. That was hung on trees just so these immigrants to even get here. These white Americans wasn't trying to let no Chinese or no African or no Latinos over here. We fought, 10 toes down for them. Some countries were fucking was a territory because of us. So at the end of the day, Shabaka. Hold on, I'm saying my ancestors were kidnapped. No, you don't know if your ancestors were kidnapped. You don't know. Because there was only 400,000 Africans that came over here to America. So that's telling you that there was already people over here, Shabaka. What about your ancestors that was already here? What about your great-great-great-grandparents that was already here that with the generation? You're not going to celebrate them? You're going to only celebrate some random niggas from Africa that's eating fucking bushmeat, nigga? This is my problem, Shabaka. This is why I always say this was my real big problem with you and Shabaka and with you and Kwame. Kwame's from Jamaica. Kwame supports his Jamaican heritage. But you say you're Black American. You're from the foundational Black American or Freeman. Hold on. Let's X out FBA. Freeman lineage. You're from Freeman lineage. And you still forget about these people. You still put these people on the back burner. As I'm fighting for your ancestors and your lineage, I fight for my lineage and everybody else's lineage who are from the Freeman lineage. Yes, I will do that. This is what I do. But at the end of the day, after everything is taken care of, I'm going to help Latinos. I'm going to help the Asians. I'm going to help Africans. My mission isn't over. My mission will never... Let me tell you something, Shabaka. When I die, my missions will never be completed. Some of my missions will be completed, but at least I'll be satisfied with Black Americans getting reparations and fighting for policies. The rest of the people, I will mold people to fight. I started this podcast not just for, talking about FBAs and all. And you know what? We're talking about solutions right now. We're talking about the real topic. We're talking about solutions. These are the solutions right now. We shouldn't be worrying about everybody. Are everybody in a fucked up situation? Yeah, them niggas is in a fucked up situation, but at least they're not in their country eating dirt cookies, living in a motherfucking mud hut. And the thing about it, to this day, Shabaka, you still have a chance to fight for reparations, but you belittle reparations, so it's going to take longer for your fight. It's going to take longer for your fight. You should have been to Pan-African movement to, yo, we need to help the freedmen get their reparation. We should have. We should have been helped them. But you didn't want to help them. Know why? Because you think your fight is more important than foundational black Americans or the freedmen or ADOS. You come from a background where it's selfish. You come from a selfish background, if you really want to talk about it. All y'all motherfuckers is selfish. Instead of trying to help each other, y'all come from this selfish background where, you know what? Oh, it's only about these people. It's only about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is the only... Let's say this. If you think Pan-Africanism is the only one that works, why isn't it working now? And we started, and foundational black Americans started. That shit didn't start for no reason. It's like when Black Panther didn't work. Everybody left. It created a sub-movement. It created the Crips and Bloods. The only reason why the Crips and Bloods didn't work because the crack epidemic hit everywhere. Everybody was trying to make money. Nobody wasn't trying to be broke. And I'm just being personally honest. Everybody needed to make money. Didn't mass immigration happen? Yo, there's so much stuff that happened. Finally drop black to delineate. They're not gonna drop black. I know you seen it, but yo, Kwame, I'm glad you're here. Black because FBA's was the only group. And shout out to Kwame, salute Pan-African Kwame. What's going on, man? It's about time FBA's drop black. We didn't drop black. What are you talking about? Let me ask you something. Questions, Kwame. Why haven't you found a solution? Why you and Pan-Africanism, and I just asked Shabaka this. Why didn't y'all find a solution to help foundational black Americans instead of adding all of us together? Why did y'all just abandon black America and go to Africa? Because this is what you did. Yeah, what's going on? Kwame, I'm trying to be serious. Kwame, I'm trying to be serious. Kwame, I'm going to say this. Kwame is the only person who could... Kwame is one of the people that can only do that. He'll make me laugh when I'm trying to be serious. But Kwame, let me ask you a question. Why did you abandon freemen? I'm not even going to say FBA. Why did you abandon black freedmen just to go to Africa after their ancestors fought and bled and died for all of us to have everything that we have now? Why did Pan-Africanism do that? No, you did not abandon America. Black America is America. There would not be America without foundational black America or freedmen. So this is the question I'm asking you. You can't use that. The question I just asked you, Kwame, why did Pan-Africanism abandon freedmen? And this is how we feel. And I'm going to be personally honest. And I'm going to take a shot for you too. Why did Pan-Africanism abandon freedmen? People who built America. That's Jamaica with the red. That 90% don't speak on for. No, Kwame. I'm asking you a question. I'm not. I'm asking, and because I'm. I want you to read. I want you to read the title. Actually, I'll read the title for you. Foundational Black America's Game Plan and the Progress of Foundational Black America. We're watching the progress of Foundational Black America. The progress of Foundational Black America is when we started pointing out things that wasn't right. Even though you, even though y'all thought we were being xenophobic, it wasn't xenophobic. We was pointing out things that wasn't right. But if y'all really wanted to solve what's going on in Africa, if people wanted to solve what was going on in these Latino countries, Central America, the Caribbean island, why couldn't they figure? Why couldn't they solve what was going on before all of this stuff happened? And what I mean by all of this stuff happened, we wasn't the first one to say that y'all wasn't black. Y'all was the first one to say that y'all wasn't black. We loved Caribbeans. We loved African. We loved Latinos. We fucked with y'all heavy. We fought for y'all to come to this country when they were only letting Europeans in. We knew that shit was wrong. We knew that shit was wrong, and we said, like, yo, this shit ain't right. They need to be over here just like the Europeans was. They needed an equal right. And the thing about it, we fucked our own self up giving y'all our resources. Just so y'all can have a fair share of making it in this country. I think it's time Pan-Africanism to abandon Kwame. This is the question. And we heard you on Tariq Nasheed Radio. Today. Yes, we heard you on today. But I'm saying this, Kwame. If you want to, let me tell you something. If you're a real Pan-Africanist, you're a problem solver. The real problem solver is this. You cannot blame this on foundational black Americans. You cannot blame this on the freedmen. You cannot blame this on the real black Americans. We've been trying to make this work, Kwame. I'm letting you know, we've been trying to let this work. Our problem is that at the end of the day, the only reason why you're in this situation right now, and the reason why y'all feel the way that y'all feel right now, is because y'all need help. You know Africa's going to be fucked up. Even if y'all go over there to Africa. You're going to be living in a mud hut, Kwame, you're going to be living in a mud hut. You're not going to be living amongst white people. There's white people over there being treated like kings and queens. But you're not going to be treated like that, Kwame. And you know that. Everything I'm saying is true. They're not going to treat you like you're fucking Mansa Musa. They're treating these white people, like they're fucking Alexander the Great. And you know I'm right. And that shit ain't gonna change. Caribbean, Africa. Hold on, I'm gonna read from the top. He said they spearheaded reparations, we were supposed to. That's just Kwame. No matter how much we tell them that, they still don't get it. Yeah, they don't get it. I think FBA have exposed how African Americans really feel about black diaspora. African with the Caribbean Africans love to attach themselves to every. Oh yeah. I'm blaming everyone. I think FBA exposed how Black Americans feel Pan Africanist shop day. I rather live in the world black people than But Kwame, you gotta understand those people don't consider themselves being black. That's the thing, Kwame. You could call them niggas black all they want, but they don't consider themselves black. They have never considered themselves black. You know, white people treat FBAs like shit. He's talking hella shit around. So shout out to Kareem Johnson and Kwame, Pan African Kwame. Pan Africans talk about Africa. They don't live there. Shout out to Kai Official. I'm gonna say this, Kwame, and I must finish starting this video. Kwame, you have no solution. You have no solution of fixing freedmen. And I'm using the word freedmen loosely because at the end of the day, I want you to understand freedmen are foundational black Americans. So I'm saying freedmen. So I want you to understand that. Oh yeah, and DJ X1. I'm sorry, DJ X1. Shout out to DJ X1. He's getting busy as well. But I want to say this. Kwame, you're not giving no solution. You're asking all the questions trying to debunk black Americans or black American freedmen that it was freedmen and... No, Kwame. Freedmen, we're talking about black American freedmen. Yeah, you could be Caribbean freedmen all you want. You could have that, but at the end of the day, we're talking about black American freedmen in the country that you are in. Isn't just... See, okay, this is where, and everybody, I want y'all to see, this is why I say, yo, Pan-Africanism isn't serious. Kwame, you can't even stay focused. You know, when we said freemen, it's about black Americans. There's no freemen in these Caribbean countries because at the end of the day, they already had a country. Freedmen is people who were in slavery and they fought out of it. In North America, in America, not Caribbean islands, in North America. And I'm talking about the 50 states, 51 states in territories. This is what I'm talking about, Kwame. You can't even stay on point. And this is where this is even with Shabaka. I'm trying to figure out solutions with y'all. I'm trying to give you Kwame. If you don't notice, I'm trying to give you and Shabaka the floor to fix the tension with Black America and Pan-Africanism. If you don't have a solution for it, and it's fine. I have a solution, but I'm trying to figure out what your solution is first. Pan-Africans have solutions. We started countries and continents, body to soul, Pan-African. And what are these countries, Kwame? What are these countries and continents? Please let us know. What are these countries and continents? So when you get extorted and kidnapped, we know where to go. We will never like Pan-Africanism or black people from the FBA. No, we love everybody. We fuck with Pan-Africanism. It's just we don't follow your ideology. We fuck with y'all as a person, but at the end of the day, we're not gonna follow your ideology, and you can't get mad at that. Pan-Africanism hasn't done anything for Black America. We have never benefit. Yes, there are freedmen and Shabaka. I just said that there isn't. Freedmen is only for America. That's where you get the 14th Amendment. That's why if you're from a different country, the 14th Amendment doesn't fall for you because you're not freedmen. You're not from slave chattel. Was it black American chattel? So you're not freedmen. So all that stuff that you're trying to say, you're not freedmen. That's why the 14th Amendment doesn't fall for immigrants. I'm just being personally honest. Okay, Ghana can't even build a country right now. They're still fighting in, what's his name? Akon is still trying to build a country and fucking trying to build a community in fucking Senegal. So yeah, that shit doesn't matter. Congo is in civil war right now. So I know you ain't going to civil war. Kenyans is selling their own people and they don't believe Jesus Christ is black. So at the end of the day, you could go any of those places you want to go. You're not going to be accepted, Kwame, and Shabaka. And I'm going to be personally honest. You know, yes, there are freedmen. Where are there free Shabaka, there's no freemen in the Caribbean island. You know why? Because the 14th Amendment wouldn't alive for none of y'all. I'm just being personally honest. The 14th Amendment says nothing about... Yes, it is. It's about chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is freedmen. What you think freedmen is? That's what freedmen is. I'm letting you know. My ancestors is from freedmen. So hold on, Kwame. So what is Jesus Christ? What was Yahweh Shai? Was he Middle Eastern, as we call Jafar? This is the type of shit we going through, everybody.
No, in Illinois.
Illinois. Okay. What's on your mind?
This nigga.
Well, I wanted to ask, why don't they want to give you FBA people y'all reparations?
Because everything about us is supposed to be exclusionary. And if we get something, it's supposed to be shared with everybody. That's a whole extension of slavery.
Oh, everybody, like and subscribe and also comment in the live chat and in the regular comments, and also the share, definitely share as well. But the subscribe does help with, you know, with the channel and stuff. So if you hit the subscribe button, it does work. Thank everybody. This nigga said Jesus Christ was Palestinian.
Expect us to go along with that.
Hey, yo, Kwame, you're wilding out. This nigga said Jesus Christ was a Jew from Palestine. Oh my God. This nigga Kwame said, yo, Jesus Christ is Palestinian. Nigga Kwame is wildin'. This nigga said Jesus Christ is Palestinian, my nigga. Yo, Jesus Christ was black, bro. Yeah, he was from the 12th tribe of Israel, my nigga. Oh my God. Yo, Kwame, you are wildin' out, my nigga.
Foundational Black Americans, you've never, ever in this country received anything tangible that was exclusive
Jesus Christ
to
is
us,
Palestinian,
ever.
my nigga.
Anything that we've received, it has to be shared with everybody.
Kwame, this is why I fuck with you heavy, my
that's
nigga.
Because we have to be suppressed because we are very powerful, and they know once we get equal compensation, we will start running circles around people. So there's always been this threat of us, quote, taking over. That's what all that's about. But go ahead.
Yeah, this nigga said Jesus Christ was Palestinian, my nigga.
In America,
Yeah.
like Jewish have their own.
Yo, Kwame, was he North or South Palestinian, my nigga? Yeah. Yo, Kwame, I'm glad you back on here. Yo, Yo, what was the Blackfeet? Yo, so answer this question, yo, cause I'm gonna ask you what Tariq Nasheed, yo. This nigga, yo, Kwame. So was Blackfeet, yo, was the Blackfoot tribe really like Serbian because they stepped their feet in ash? Yo, my nigga Kwame said, yo, he said the Blackfoot. The reason why the niggas call themselves Blackfoot because they used to step on ash. Yo, Kwame, this is why I fuck with you heavy, my nigga. Oh shit.
Chinese people, etc. But like they have a problem when you guys want to have your own community and just something for you guys.
Yeah,
'Cause it has
this
a,
shit's going to left, my nigga.
African. I've been here my whole life, but my parents are from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I believe y'all need to get reparations.
Oh my god, nigga.
I don't believe I
Oh,
qualify for
my
reparations from the American government,
Oh,
but your
sure.
people, I believe, do.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yo,
So that's what it
today
is.
is,
Thank you so much.
is that
Okay.
that Sunburn War.
Let me get my
The
brother,
Blackfoot
the good Dr.
were
Randy
actually
Short in the
a
building.
confederacy.
The great Dr. Randy Short
3 related
in
brands.
the building. In Africa. We had him on the other day. We had
Yeah, Kwame, clean that shit up, man. Clean that shit up, Kwame. Please clean that shit up. Cause yo, niggas was like, yo, nigga, I was dying, my nigga. Niggas say, the Blackfoot tribe stepped in some ash and they started calling themselves Blackfoot. Kwame, you gotta clean that shit up, my nigga. Niggas was laughing, my nigga. Yo, I couldn't breathe for like 15 seconds. I almost died when you said that shit, Kwame. I'm not even joking, Kwame. I almost died when you said that. Oh my Kwame. This is why I fuck with you heavy, Kwame. When I go to New York, I'm gonna come and see you, Kwame, because you make me laugh, man. And we're gonna go to Nas's casino too, my nigga. Yo, Kwame, clean the shit up, man. He trying to clean that shit up. Jesus Christ was a myth. The white man. No, Jesus Christ was real. He was real, and it was from. And I'm gonna say this: the Holy Bible was created by 13 or 12 scholars, Black Hebrew scholars. Yes, I don't know if there was Haitian, Jamaican, Latinos, Mexican, but they were Hebrew scholars. What people consider Hebrew scholars was Black American, Native Americans, Latinos, and Mexicans and Caribbeans. That's what they consider. That's what they consider Hebrew scholars. So when you talk about Hebrew, you are talking about yourself, Kwame, because there's people that do believe Jamaicans were Hebrew. Yes, that's why they were called Jamaican, and that's why they were part of it. This is why I do believe Black Americans have some type of connections with Mexicans, Latinos, and Native Americans and Caribbeans, but we don't have the same lineage. I will say that. I do believe in the some Hebrew Israelites ideology. Yes, I do believe in it, and shout out to the Hebrew Israelites, Shalom. But yeah, I do believe in that. I do believe into a moderate of that stuff. Don't add Caribbeans into the. No, I'm talking about the Bible. When you talk about the Bible, because at the end of the day, Moses had a prophecy. Moses' prophecy was that the Jews will not go back to their homeland, but they'll be spread all around the world, and they will go back into captivity. The only people who were in captivity was Black Caribbeans, Black natives, Caribbeans, and Black Caribbeans, Black Caribbeans, natives, Latinos, and Mexicans. Those are the only people who were in captivity that was spread around the world. So that was a prophecy. I do believe in that prophecy that Moses did tell the Israelites. You might not believe it. I think that's the only thing that we do have that do connect us to each other. Other than that, I don't believe. Like, I do believe that we all have DNA from Africa, but I don't think. I think everybody has DNA from Africa. Caribbeans. That's just your ideology, Kwame. You could be right, you could be wrong. I'm not gonna say that you're right or wrong. I'm just saying that this is what people do believe.
Free Africa. Free Africa, you good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me get Dr. Short. Dr. Short, you in here?
Oh, hell
To connect us. And I'm gonna say this: not everybody in Africa are the same. Some people who are in Africa are Hamanites, and some of them are Jafar because they're Arab. But people who are Hamanites, they are African, but they're just similar at us, but they're not the same. We came from we all didn't come from the slave ship, Kwame. You came from the slave ship because you're from Jamaica, but you can't say that all about Black Americans. You know, don't connect. Yeah, it does.
How you doing, Dr. Short?
Oh, I'm blessed. You rose my ass up from the dead talking this.
That's your ideology,
doing?
Shabaka. You can't shit on people's ideology.
You
That's
got me
one
counting
thing.
my check.
One thing I'm gonna say this about everybody. One thing I will never do to none of y'all, and Shabaka, I gotta stop you on this. I will never shit on what you believe. I might laugh, I might have a great time and stuff, and say, "Yo, I don't believe in it." But I will never shit on what you believe. I will always support you, Shabaka. I will always support you, Kwame. I will always support you on your voyage and whatever you're trying to do. But I'm not going to shit on other people's ideology and what they believe in. Even if a Jewish person came in here with a small hat with a Jerry Curl, my nigga, I'm not going to shit on their ideology if they don't believe in the Hebrew Israelites. That's cool. We're gonna listen to them. If we don't believe, we might joke around, laugh, shit like that and stuff like that. But we're not gonna shit on them. That's one rule I will always do. We can't shit on people. Yeah, we joke around and stuff like that. Like, yeah, we joke around about Pan-Africanism, but at the end of the day, Kwame Shabaka believes in it. I'm not gonna let nobody shit on it. And everybody respects your ideology, Shabaka. You know, I just want you to give the same respect. That's all. You know, at the end of the day. You know, but some people do believe in that. You know? But you can't call it it's a piece of shit and all that other stuff like that. I could say that about Pan-Africanism. Like, yeah, that bullshit didn't work. You know? It was a piece of shit. It was, you know, I say it's wolf tickets and stuff like that just, you know, because I think it's wolf tickets. But at the end of the day, if you believe in it at the end of the day, put it this way, if you had a donation, Shabaka, I will put money into your donation just to support you. Just to support Kwame. You know? Because y'all my peoples. Y'all support my channel. Why wouldn't I support y'all? Everyone in Africa are African. No, that's not, well, everybody in the world is African.
And figure out how many zeros I want on it.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Just know we got to get paid, brother.
Yeah.
We got to get paid, and it's just us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just us. And there's no, it's crazy that it's privatized benefits for everyone else and socialized gains. Socialized, we have to put in for whatever people get privately. It's outrageous. Even these illegals get over us. In fact, you know, there's a sister here, really righteous sister. I met at your rally for reparations, and there's no money.
And shout out to the Reparation Commission and everywhere. If you go on my page, Reparation Commission Task Force in Boston, please support my group. It would be great if you could do that on Twitter. If you can, I understand. It's just I'm just throwing that out there just so y'all can support them and get information and stuff like that. Definitely. I know some y'all don't believe that we'll get it, but definitely, I hope you can support it. That'll be great. For my group. Thank
If you're an
you.
American and you worked hard, I'm sorry, Foundation of Black America, worked hard, and something bad happens to you, all of the emergency funds are gone because they've been given to people who just showed up.
Yeah.
No questions asked. So we're talking about a person that's mother, multiple kids, been put in the system, high earner, zero. And this is all over the country. That's housing, that's everything else. They've got to pay us. It is a debt owed. America is a broke debtor nation to us. They talk about the national debt. Well, what about the foundational Black American debt for which we're owed? Everybody talk about, we'll never be able to pay. Well, shoot, you've never paid us. I could care less about that debt. You know, they'll put it up. Well, that will hurt the rest of society. Well, slavery hurt us. Lynching hurt us.
Yes.
Jim Crow hurt us. Genocide hurt us. Land dispossession hurt us. Credit redlining hurt us. Burning all of our communities. Flooding our communities hurt us. Do you follow what I'm saying? And our people have been, it's not just that. Psychologically, what it has done to us, when people complain about anything they don't like about us, you know, the more I learn, my God, my mother's family got ran out of Florida behind Rosewood. My grandfather had people run out of a place called Little Egypt, which they put underwater in North Carolina. My great-great-grandfather and them got run out of Wilmington, North Carolina, because of a race genocide. I had family burnt out of East St. Louis over genocide. I mean, it's all over the damn country. Had family run out of Mississippi. It took 80 acres of land. They're going to kill everybody. I mean, the further back I go, it gets worse and worse, and it's more and more. And it's like, we don't even know how much they've done. These bastards are so bad. We can't figure out how much they did to us. There's not enough zeros. There will never be enough. Like Jews say never again, we need to say never again and never enough. What you say, brother?
Man, I 100% agree with that, brother. Much respect to you. Thank you, sir. Let me get a Free Africa in here. Free Africa, what's up?
Thank you, sir. Much respect to you, your leadership and what you're doing for your family. But just one quick question for you. So, do you have anything positive about Africa? Because you keep attacking Africa as if the entire continent hates
What did I
you.
attack Africa? One thing did I say to attack it?
Yeah, because I heard you say people coming as refugees, then they collaborate with white people to hate you, whatever, so on and on. Let me just tell.
All right, so Shabaka, I'm gonna tell you about the Hebrew Israelites because I was fucking with them heavy for probably I want to say 8 or 9 years. Probably longer than that. All right. I'm gonna say this. I do believe in some of their ideology. I do believe where they said there was a prophecy that we will not go back to a home that is not ours, but it will be controlled by white supremacy or Edomites. You know, I don't think we're cursed. Some of these Hebrew Israelites think we're cursed. We're not cursed. It's just these are the cards that God was, that the cards were dealt to us, that God knew that we can handle. This helps with the prophecy. So I'm trying to be very cautious because I'm not really fluent in it as it is anymore. I wish I could call my best friend about it, but it's mad late. Just, I will say this. I think Hebrew Israelites hold black culture, black nationality, not even FBA, just black people and Latinos and Native Americans on a higher pedestal because at the end of the day, cultural difference and laws and commandments. It's not like no Martin Luther King or John Lewis shit. It's just it's very hard to explain to everybody. I'm sorry. I might have a show on that next time, but yeah, it's so hard to explain Hebrew Israelite ideology. I wish homie was on here. I would give him my number so everybody can listen. But like, I can't really explain a lot to it. I know enough, but I don't know enough to like. Nah, I wouldn't even do people like that. I'm sorry.
I'm from Africa, but I live in the US. We like you people. You, our brothers and sisters. We don't hate black people. We are black. Let's be honest. Just logic. So when you're saying these people, it seems like the entire continent of Africa is against foundation black Americans. That's not true. You are our brothers and sisters. You say we came with disease. That's a white supremacy thing. So it hurts fellow
Okay,
African.
let's stop that. Some of you,
We never said all of y'all came over here with diseases. Some have, but we never held it against y'all. We have never in a million years held it against y'all. Some have came over here with diseases and shit happens. It's just even with the COVID. When people came over here with COVID, we didn't really hold it against people because at the end of the day, it was a part of nature. It was a part of reality at the time. We are owed by slavery. You cannot get reparations without mentioning. No, but we don't owe black. This is the thing. We don't owe Africans nothing because Africans was the ones that sold 4% of those black Americans. Y'all are the reason why those 4% of Africans are over here. And this is the thing I have with Pan-Africanism. Y'all don't want to take a credit for the shit that y'all did. Y'all don't want to take any ownership. Y'all think y'all just got over here because these white people made y'all do it. No, the white people didn't make you do it. Y'all did it on your soul. Y'all sold your enemies. You consider black Americans your enemies. Just admit it. Then this is how we can learn how to fix what's going on. And this is why I'm starting this, and I'm going to be personally honest. I'm starting to feel like Africans are our enemies. Africans are here in America to disrupt. And I don't want to think that, but all the evidence is saying it. All the evidence is saying that, like, they're here to disrupt.
y'all, look, we're not gonna sit here and lie. Everybody don't have diseases, but there's a lot of diseases over in Africa. And then when you have bushmeat barrister come over here telling us that we're diseased up, we're going to gently remind them of the truth. You understand what I'm saying? We're not beating up on you. We're
Yes,
not
sir.
going to have one of your fellow immigrants come over here lying on us and ignoring the damn epidemic of diseases in his homeland. So we're going to just do some corrective straightening. That's all that is. All right, but thank you so much.
They was not called Ethiopian Hebrews, Shabaka. This is where you gotta stop lying. This is why I always tell people all the time, we will never ever get along with Africans because they could never take accountability for anything. They couldn't even take accountability for selling 4% of black Americans. You sold 400,000 Africans to America. The reason why they were out of there because at the end of the day, they were sending foundational black Americans to these islands, and they found out, they put a ban out there on us because we were killing them. We were setting up revolts and shit. When y'all was working, doing the old slave songs, motherfuckers was thinking like, how can we kill these people? We were already seeing blood. We already had a taste of blood. You think we're going to be fucking slaves? Why you think we're free right now? This is what you got to think. No, hold up. Now we're going to listen. I'm going to show you the progress of what we're doing. You know who this is? This is Myron Gaines. Watch him talk crazy about this because you know what? He's sweating right now. He don't know what to do. Because you know what? Foundational Black America took it's a breath of their own. It was a breath of their own.
Fat Joe FBA. So let me give you the breakdown real quick, right? So, and Tariq, you my guy. I fuck with you, bro. You know what I mean? You know what's so funny about these FBA movements?
He's a race grifter, bro, big time. Nigga went ahead and said, "Oh, was the woman that got burned on the train black?" Bro, dude is.
And Kwame Shabaka, this is who you sound like. You sound like Myron Gaines, a Muru. You sound like a Muru. Now listen to how he talk and look at how you write.
Trying to make everything about race, man. Bro, it's an immigration problem, not a race problem.
You know when they try to box people So here's my thing on FBA. I'll give my whole thing. Bro, we're all black people. We should celebrate.
They don't look at us that way, though. They're going to call you a tether because you're Jamaican. All right.
False information already. We call you a tether because you're against us. That you're put out here to manipulate what we're going on. Instead of help us, instead of fight with us, you turned on us. Now let's ask the question, how long this reparation thing has been going on? This reparation thing been going on for years. All of a sudden, y'all niggas is getting sent back to y'all country. Now y'all want solidarity. Y'all always wanted solidarity because you know why? Y'all benefit off of us. We don't benefit off of y'all. We have never benefited off of any immigrant. Let's personally be honest. All the benefits that y'all get through us. Now watch how this man talks. He talks like a Pan-African.
They don't consider everybody black, bro.
And be inclusive of black immigrants, just like FBA. So FBAs are foundational black Americans, which means you could trace your lineage back to slavery within the United States, okay? Which means your lineage got brought over here like colonizers, damn near, right?
Yep.
Now, obviously, I'm a first-generation American, if you don't know. I came over here when I was 10, right? I was born in Jamaica.
They're going to call you a tether, just like they call me a tether.
My whole lineage is
that?
Jamaica. Now I'm a black guy. Me accomplishing my goal.
By the way, ninjas, we
After
got
I just told y'all what a tether is.
1,500. All right.
After I just told y'all what a tether is. Watch this.
I'm a black man doing this in America. For whatever reason, and I don't know if it's because of this whole movement to try to get, what do you call it again? Reparations. There's a movement.
Yeah, it is a movement to get reparations. That's their biggest thing.
Watch this.
Dudes would rather work to get reparations than get a real job, or get an SBA loan with a business.
That has separated black people, where it's like, all right,
Now, Shabaka, who do that sound at? An Arab, supposedly African, is talking crazy about black Americans. This is how you sound. You and Shabaka. I mean, you and Kwame. Shout out to Kwame and you, but yo, this is y'all. Y'all, this is why I say y'all spit white supremacy ideology. This is a white supremacist. This is an Arab that spits white supremacist, and his real name ain't even Myron. It's a Muru. It's a Muru. Like, this is how, we're going to dig deep into Pan-African right now. We're going to listen to all your ideology right now. You might not like me, Shabaka. You might not like me, Kwame, but we're going to talk about it.
all right, man, all you Negroes who are immigrants or first generation or whatever, y'all ain't really black, or y'all ain't really like part of this real movement. And I'm like, what movement? They're like foundational black Americans. So they have essentially boxed out everybody, like people like me, and I don't really give a fuck, honestly. I think it does hurt black people as a whole when you have, we have black people who are fighting not only oppression but also trying to, continue to strive and do things to not only promote equality but to break down barriers. But then you have some people within the black community say, nah, well, some of y'all we don't give a fuck about because they're not foundationally black American. And for that I look at it and I'm like, okay. Now, I mean, I really just don't know what to say. It's like, wait.
That preserves
Everybody, give me a second.
access to our struggles and gains. You see, they can just freely access.
Everybody, give me a second right fast.
So when we set boundaries, other people, they can't ride.
I'm going to see if I can jump on this show right now.
Without contributing to it. So now us delineating and putting boundaries up on the lineage, that threatens their ability to exploit.
Everybody, just give me a second. I just jumped on the Tariq Nasheed show. See if I can get him on.
And
just give me a second, everybody.
They like to group all of us under one vague African label. And
I'm gonna see if we could get on real fast. All right.
Intergroup conflicts, meaning like colorism, tribalism, all that anti-FBA prejudice expressed by a lot of.
If we could get on, definitely, I gotta ask the question.
Internal anti-blackness that a lot of these.
I know Kwame on here right now.
And they fear that they're going to be held accountable for that now because it's being put back.
And I'm gonna ask him a question about the show too.
Us being generic and just being regular black, that basically sustains a lot of the global anti-black stereotypes that they can pin onto us, and then we have to absorb that.
Did I hit the right button?
See, then they try to make us the face of global black dysfunction. So anything that a melanated person does.
All right, we're gonna hit on after. Hold on. Let's finish the show first. Hold on, everybody. Let's get through this first. And
So some of y'all black people don't want to be cool with our type of black people because, I come from Jamaica, which also has.
We're gonna finish this first.
Fat Joe is right. He describes what FBA is. FBA is not a lineage. FBA is an ideology. Fueled by hate, led by Tariq Nasheed. What Tariq's followers don't realize is that he's making millions off their ignorance. FBAs are sheep and Tariq Nasheed is their shepherd. Facts, nigga. Let's go. That's fucking facts. That's absolute fucking facts. It is not.
Now, who does that sound like? Shabaka. This is your ideology. Kwame, this is your ideology. This is your ideology. I'm going to be personally honest, and this is just me. This is why I never went by that ideology. This is why I never went through that divisive stuff and all this other stuff. This is the stuff that we have to listen to.
A real lineage. So at the end of the day, we all trace our roots back to where? Africa. All of us, right? So it's absolutely an ideology.
What are you talking about, Shabaka? Yo, ever since we try to delineate from y'all, we got through farther shit than we got through. Let me actually, I'm gonna tell you this, all right? We would have, when Donald got elected as the president, Black Americans would have panicked. We would have been through like a whole bunch of crazy shit. But we are fine because at the end of the day, we started to figure out that like, we've been through everything. This shit that what's going on right now, 3.5 years don't mean shit. We have time. We have time to make this shit right. Now it's time to mold the policies. It's time to mold these elections and stuff. If they want us, they got to give us a reason to vote for them.
That's used to divide and conquer. That's what it is. According to his logic, if you're Caribbean, if you're African, if you could trace back your lineage directly back to Africa and you don't have descendants that are slaves, you are not black in their eyes. You're not black in their eyes. Clown world shit, bro. Clown world shit.
But we didn't start that. It was the Africans. It was the Caribbeans.
It's not.
It was the Latinos.
It is an ideology.
That's also filled with slavery. You know, it was a colonial. It was a country that has a colonial past. Like, you know, the people that's on our currency in Jamaica, some of them were slaves that fought against and rebelled against slavery. But whatever, I get it. That's not America. These FBA dudes are saying, nah, fuck y'all. We don't. Y'all are tethers or y'all are whatever. We only care about like the foundationally black Americans. So for me, I used to think that was like their way of saying if reparations get given out, we shouldn't get none. I don't give a fuck about no reparations, and I don't know any Jamaicans, and I know a lot of Jamaicans who came over here. We're not here saying give us reparations.
Yeah, I don't want no fucking reparations either. I don't want no fucking handouts. These niggas do though.
So if y'all just wanted to have the reparations pot, cool.
Shabaka, that sounds like you.
I'm still black, and whether people like Tariq would want to box people like me out the paint, I support him and I love him, and I love people, everybody that's black. There's obviously some traditional traditions that are different. There's some cultural slight differences, but at the end of the day, we also got to think about the macro perspective. When we walk outside, they look at me as black, they look at Tariq as black, right? So I kind of look at it as a little bit divisive, but I'm not going to knock him because maybe he has a goal, right? Now, what that has turned into is just like, I don't know, it's like really like, it's like classic, I don't want to call it racism, but it's what happens to make sure that the lower class don't get to fuck with the people in power. The way how you don't get the people who aren't in power to fuck with the people in power, you get them to fight with each other and focus on issues that have to do with each other rather than focus on the class that supposedly has put them there.
Absolutely. Let me tell y'all something about this whole thing, right? It's low IQ.
Not yet. Are you drunk or not listening? Everyone is trying to tell her she is pimping. No, but the thing about you can't be pimping when you're giving people the laws and the commandments. Let me tell you something, Shabaka. Where was Pan-Africanism when Black Americans was getting pimped out by Caribbeans? Where was Pan-Africans when we were getting pimped out by the Latinos? Where was Pan-Africans when we was getting pimped out by white people? Y'all wasn't be nowhere to be found, so at the end of the day, you can't say shit. None of y'all niggas done anything, Shabaka. Tariq Nasheed is the only one. Tariq Nasheed, you gotta understand, Shabaka. Tariq Nasheed don't have to do this. Tariq Nasheed is already a multimillionaire. He got rich off of his books and stuff. Off his shows. He could have sold out. He could have sold the fuck out. But he didn't. He didn't sell out. So what are you saying?
Low vibrational bullshit, man. People that have money, right? They don't care what your skin color is. When I'm in rooms with people that are millionaires, successful, etc., nobody gives a fuck about me being from Sudan. They don't give a fuck about my lineage. They don't give a fuck about no FBA bullshit. That's poor nigga talk. poor nigga talk is talking about race and FBA and all this other bullshit, bro. All right?
But he don't
At the
understand.
top,
Most people are
nobody cares
poor.
what your skin
The
color
fuck?
is
He's an
at
idiot.
all. When I was in Dubai last year,
He's talking about shit that 90% of people are not gonna go to. 90% of black Americans are not going to fucking Dubai. Why the fuck is he talking about Dubai? Who the fuck want to go to Dubai? Niggas is shitting on... Them nasty ass Dubai niggas is shitting on people. Let's personally be honest. I know a few people. Them nasty ass Arabs was shitting on people. I know a few people. They were fucking sexually assaulting people from Kenyan. We're not gonna act like Dubai is like the fucking safest country in the world.
around billionaires, really successful individuals. Nobody
And you know he's a freak too. Hold on. We know Myron's is a freak because he likes to lay in bed with white men. This nigga like to get comfortable and cozy up with white men. Like, we're not gonna sit here and act like that. He's not your leader. Africans in America are not pimping anybody. But at the end of the day, Shabaka, Pan-Africanism hasn't done anything. Y'all haven't done anything in almost 100 years. Y'all had a 100-year head start to do something, and y'all did shit. Niggas was 100, niggas was 10 toes down with y'all. Y'all niggas didn't do shit. Y'all didn't do shit when Africans was talking about people. Y'all didn't do shit when Caribbeans was talking about us. Where the fuck was y'all? This is the question, Shabaka. Where were y'all when Africans and Caribbeans was talking shit about us? Was dehumanizing us? Where were you? You talk all this crazy shit. Oh yeah, Pan-Africans will fix all of this shit and all of this. Pan-African ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing. I'm gonna be personally honest. None of y'all niggas in Pan-Africanism ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing.
Bro. Nobody gave a flying shit. They didn't even know that I was Sudanese until I spoke Arabic to them.
Cap.
That's how little they care.
Nigga, you look Arab. Nigga, what you mean?
I was around Arabs, whites,
Cap.
black people,
Cap.
like all types of expatriates from different parts of the world. Nobody gave a fuck, bro.
I did. I've been told y'all niggas. Hold up. How many times I told y'all niggas this nigga was his name Amuru Fanel or some shit like that? I was the one who said that. I've been saying that shit for a whole year. I've been saying that shit for a year and a half. I like this nigga don't know nothing about bitches. He act like he know. This nigga need to revise how he talk to bitches. Cause he ain't gonna have no bitch. His girl's probably fucking other niggas. And he don't know. The fuck?
And people like Tariq, they got money. But he uses this stupid divide and conquer tactic to talk about because he knows the brokies care about that shit.
Right? You know, it's like
take a quick piss chat.
The people who are leading or who you think are Illuminati or whoever the people in power in the United States, when it comes to people saying, well, this is unfair. You guys are getting A, B, C, and D. And this is why, I hope I'm not being scatterbrained. I want to be very concise in what I'm saying. But even like this whole thing about the United Health CEO getting killed, the people who are billionaires in this country and the people who with real power never want the people who are poor to focus on them and say, the reason why we're not getting where we need to go is because of them. If that was the case, people would storm Apple, they would storm Amazon, they would, the real headquarters, they would attack the people with the real power. But instead, that doesn't happen. You know what happens? Infighting and just divisive shit that never ever boils up to the people with the power. So,
this is the thing where I think he's getting confused. We're not attacking nobody. We're not attacking Africans. We're not attacking Caribbeans. We just want to delineate because at the end of the day, too much stuff is getting put on us. Too much stuff is getting put on us. Why do we have to carry the weight of all the fucking degeneracy that fucking Caribbeans and fucking Africans do? If these niggas want to fuck a cow and shit, let them niggas fuck a cow, but let them niggas know that they did it. If a nigga want to rob and chop up niggas and stuff, let them niggas know that it was a Jamaican or a Haitian that did that shit. I'm just being personally honest. If a nigga wants to fucking kidnap somebody's kid and stuff, let it know like it's a fucking Latino, an Afro-Latino. Why all this shit always has to be put on a black American? If a nigga's eating bushmeat or kidnapping cats and dogs and it's an African, let niggas know it's like, yo, it's an African. Why do we have to hold the weight for everybody? None of y'all Caribbeans or Africans was holding weight from anything. Y'all the most laziest motherfuckers ever.
My theory is that the people with the power need to create division among the people that don't have the power, that they could never band together and come for them. So when I see the FBA shit, it's kind of like little, like, again, brother, if y'all just say, oh, well, if reparations get given out, it should just be given to us, but we're all black people. I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't think no Jamaicans coming over here like, give us money for slavery in the United States. No.
Cap, we have seen it.
But
this is what I'm talking about. We have seen it.
Turned into, let's separate black people. You're not black enough. You.
That's exactly what it is. That's why this nigga don't fuck with what's his name, Dr. Umar Johnson. These dudes are just dividing each other.
Aren't the black person who we represent. And
Dr. Umar,
yo, guys, we only got 1.1K likes on YouTube, man. I don't want to have to stop the stream.
You are
just,
calling
all right,
your sisters
we need
bitches.
1,500.
Who did I call a bitch? My sister and daughter are not bitches. Who did I call a bitch? I said this. If them motherfuckers is eating cats and dogs, let them motherfucker eat cats and dogs. But we need to know who it is. Stop leaning for black Americans to take care of all your fucking fuck ups. Y'all the one who's fucking up everything in America. Black Americans has been holding your bullshit for the last 30, 40 years. When y'all was doing freaky, nasty shit, black Americans had to take care of that shit. It was none of y'all niggas. Because let me tell you why. Y'all was the ones pointing the fingers at us. So you can deflect all you want, Shabaka, but those are your people that were eating cats and dogs and stealing cats and dogs and shit. And making dogs fucking kebabs and shit like that. Y'all niggas living in mud huts and shit like that. That's your people. That's not, yo, you can't hold this shit on us.
I'm going to give her like, it's 10:04 right now, PM Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to give her 5 minutes. Need to hit 1.3 at least. 200 likes in 5 minutes. That's nothing. Especially with us, with almost 2,000 y'all in here. Like the video, 1.3, or else I got to stop the stream. I dropped the YouTube link in here for you guys as well. If you're watching on Rumble, do me a side, just open up a tab and like the video.
And go.
Crazy, or he really, like, that's what he's really standing on, because it doesn't seem to help black people as a whole. Anyway, I say all that to say,
yeah, no, it doesn't help at all, and it is to create a lane, because the thing is that with this whole FBA shit is an ideology that he pushed so that he can make money, so he can like have these dumbass rallies and these meetups, bro. 100%, it's a lane. That's why him and Umar Johnson don't work together no more.
Hold on. Now this nigga's doing the same thing. This nigga having meetups outside. This nigga's answering questions outside. This nigga's going to schools outside. This is the shit that we doing now? This is the shit that we saying? No, come on. Let's really get busy. Ooh, my fault, everybody.
by the way, I interviewed Tariq Nasheed. And again, when he's talking all that FBA tether stuff, I don't get offended. Bro, I just don't get offended, right? But I don't know how beneficial it is. Anyway, I know you're probably saying, well, what the fuck got to do with Fat Joe? Apparently he had some comments at Fat Joe. I don't know what he said. Let me see if we find it. Tariq Nasheed.
Let's see. I'm proud.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Well, you said that Fat Joe is disrespectful for saying that blacks and Latinos created hip-hop 50-50. Did you actually say 50-50?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, that's just not true.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Fat Joe, but yeah. I mean, Latinos were around, but you can't say 50-50.
Not at all. Not at all. You can't even say 90-10. I mean, they came later.
in the movie, all the pioneers, they were like, yeah, when we were doing it, just weren't no Latinos.
Mind you, he has a documentary out right now talking about this shit. So obviously he has an incentive to talk about this. FYI, it always comes back to the money.
Participating. We had a couple in the audience watching, but they just came later. They just weren't into it early on. And that's
So you hating on a nigga Cheddar because this nigga's making money off of telling the truth. This is the shit I'm talking about. Yo, we can't get mad at people telling the truth. First of all, you ain't supposed to be pocket watching. I don't know when this shit became like a dope thing, but it's just a pocket watching type of thing. I never got into it. I have never got into it like that. Yes, we are slave. We are slaves for 200 years. I don't blame the man who sold me. They could have killed my ancestors, and I would. So hold on. So you blame white people, and you don't blame the people who sold you? I'm gonna say this, Shabaka, you're the biggest sellout ever. I'm gonna be personally, you're a sellout, my nigga. And the reason why I'm gonna say you're a sellout, because at the end of the day, you don't mind the motherfucker selling you out to a white man, but you blame the white man for doing everything that you want to you. Instead of you don't blame the real problem, nigga. You blame the white man. We ain't gonna listen to Tariq and shit. And know why we ain't gonna listen to it? It just doesn't make sense. Y'all ain't gonna understand. Fuck it, we're gonna go on to the next one. And the thing about it, y'all are the problem, man. Hold on, let's go on now. We ain't gonna do that. You know what? I'm gonna land. Fuck that. I'm gonna land, everyone. I want to say this. Actually, hold on. Let's see if. Give me a second, everyone.
Okay.
Let's go.
That defeats the purpose of talking about food. I'm just talking about about
that's your culture. Food is part of culture.
All right, everybody. We're
food
gonna
is
see
a
if we
part of
can get
culture,
on.
but
All right.
that's not. But that's part of Black American people. They don't eat as healthy as Black Nigerian Americans. But we're really not trying to.
That's a lot.
You're trying
Push
to.
me. You act like we don't see pictures of them Nigeria dudes over there with them big fucking Winnie the Pooh stomachs running around there. Shirts can't even cover them stomachs. You got a big stomach, ashy feet, and peppercorn hair. You going around there looking like a goddamn Raggedy Ann doll with a big stomach and talking about shapes. Come on now, your artist, who's your biggest artist over there? The female artist is Tim's, and I like the way Tim sings. But Tim, she got some little big old jiggly thighs rubbing together. She's not in tip-top shape, sir. So you're not really giving good examples, Bushby.
Okay,
Fucking everybody.
Insult, just use
I'm gonna be now. Let me just land, everybody. I'm sorry. Let me just land. I'm gonna say this, everyone. I'm gonna give out progress, and I'm gonna say the solution. The solution is this. When I was talking to V for Vengeance, I told V for Vengeance, I was like, first we got to take over the media. Then after that, we could get into political field. I think we have took over the political field from me to Black Elite to Black Alpha, Tariq Nasheed, even some Pan-Africanism who fucks with us. And I'm sorry if I didn't name everybody, but yeah, there's a lot of us out here. We're taking over this game, like we're getting noticed. And like before I started this voyage, I looked at some of this book right here. Let me see if I can find it. So there was like this thing, this graph. I forgot where the graph is, but there's this graph where it tells us what to do, what not to do, and stuff like that. How to be, white wealth. But I know with me, I can't do this by myself. This is why I always tell people all the time, yo, like and subscribe, comment, if you can help, send donations in, I don't mind. I got the Cash App and stuff like that and everything, And like I always tell people all the time, if people don't notice, I study Shabaka and Kwame. The reason why I study Shabaka and Kwame, because I always want them to do great. But I feel like our next step, I think we're way past, and I'm going to say this, we way past of what's going on. V for Vengeance is right. We're here for solutions. Our solution right now is, okay, how can we get reparations? Where we going is reparations. Fighting for reparation task commission task force, I think is great. But at the end of the day, I think it needs to be nationwide. If it's worldwide, I hope it will work, but we don't know if it will work. And like, all jokes aside, I know Shabaka would help. If I ask him like, yo, Shabaka, I need you to like share some stuff with me and share some of the stuff that I have up here. Yo, Shabaka would do it. Kwame would do it. All of y'all would do it. I know y'all would do it because at the end of the day, yeah, I could tell that my audience is very genuine. My audience, let me tell you something. I got the greatest audience of all. I got Kwame. I got Shabaka. I got Ebony. I got Evan. I got what was it? Lala. I got Lala. I got nigga. Kwame. I got Lala. I got DJ X1. I'm not even gonna name all. Kai official. I got all of y'all. And I always tell people all the time, I'm very grateful. And if I have to lead by example, I'd rather lead by example. But I already know this. And I'm going to be personally honest. I know I would not be able to fix everything. But I hope before I die that the people who come after me, it will be easier for them to do it. Like, it's coming to a point I don't even worry about myself. I worry about who I can help, who can benefit after I can do, just the whole 9 yards. Give me a second. Let me see what Shabaka wrote. No, we must organ. But Shabaka, this is what Shabaka I understand. Yes, if I can make a platform for everybody, even you, Shabaka, I will help. But at the end of the day, Pan-Africanism, Caribbeans, Africans, Latinos, they all turned on Black American when they were up. When they were up, they turned on us. How can we trust them? Let me ask you a question, Shabaka. How can we trust Pan-Africanism when Pan-Africanism turned on us? Black Americans had love of Pan-Africans. We were doing incense. We were doing the braids. We were in dashikis. We would, each one teach one. We was trying to collab with everybody. And Shabaka, you cannot lie. You cannot say that we did not try to collab with everybody. You cannot say that we try to help everybody. We did not try to help everybody. We did. We loved everybody. It's just, we get tired of doing everything. We're tired. Every time we help y'all, y'all turn on us. Every time we help the the Caribbean, they want to say, oh, yo, we don't need this, we don't need that. And knowing that black Americans need it. We do the same thing to Africans. We don't need this, we don't need that. We're getting all the benefits. Knowing that Africans are collecting the benefits. Collecting the resources. Latinos. We fought for them to come to this country. Yo, they didn't even take 20, 30 years to turn on us. They turned on us in the 60s. Talk about the Negro problem is not our problem. Let the Negro handle their own problems. All of a sudden, they get in trouble. Oh, all we need is solidarity. Solidarity? This is what we doing now? When you need help, it's solidarity. We need to unite. We need unity. Where was all of that when all this shit was happening to black Americans? When black Americans getting beat the shit out by a police officer. When black Americans were getting hung by cheese. And this is why, I'm going to tell you something. This is why people have a problem with Mexican OT saying the word nigga. It's not that he's Mexican. It's just because he can't relate to the black struggle. Oh yeah, we all got off the same boat. Nigga, we wasn't all on the same boat. We didn't all have the same struggle. This is my problem with you, Sabaka. You always defend Africans. You always defend Caribbeans. When have you ever defended black Americans? When have you ever defended foundational black Americans? When have you ever defended freedmen? For all the atrocities and the bullshit that your people that you defends